Hello, hello. Hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. English only, thanks. Hello Lulu, hello Ashok, hello Elon. Hello Weeaboo. Got it. Wait, what? It's 50, isn't it? I just checked.
I'm coming out swinging.
Oh, is it Cinder Brew? Oh, I looked at Cinder Brew. It's Drunken Roller. Oops. Very tricky. Hello, Yogi. I'm okay, Yogi. Thanks for asking. How are you? Hello, Milos. Hello, Chitan. Welcome back. Hello, Roman. Try to keep it in English, thanks. Glad you like the hat, Tricky. You fucking kidding me? It's D for sure. Oh yeah, you got it. 1 sec, guys. Oh fuck, I couldn't hear the sound. I don't know anything about the Invoker persona. Is information about the persona even available?
The master.
Sharpening my fangs.
Okay, so we know nothing about the Invoker persona, but you want me to give you an opinion on it?
I stare also into you.
You know, Lulu-chan, he's just a kid. He doesn't know what else to ask, you know? Ooh, do you guys know this one? Actually, they asked this one yesterday. I think this one's kind of like one of the easiest to remember. Just one of each. Deafening Blast. You guys know the answer? Hello, Muriel. Flying. No, good job. Hmm? God, my rank is so fucking shit.
Best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Q all middle, please boost. Thank you. Oh, lose money. 6 gold.
The goal is to have fun. Yeah,
Hello, Kel'Thuzad. It's going alright. How are you? Holy shit.
your pick. This is where you win or lose. Seconds.
Alright.
Hey, they're back. Good for you.
This guy's boosting? He's rank 240, but he's boosting rank 240? Jesus. Is he like top 50 or something?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hi, Kaiser. Thanks, buddy.
Okay, your pick now. You know.
Oh my god. Can't even talk. Oh, they have rank 125. That's scary. And he's boosting as well! Maybe. Probably. Ooh, hot girl. Hi, Lance. Thanks, buddy.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
It's Monkey King mid.
Can you pull me to Tango? Not Legend.
Oops. Oh shit. Oh shit. I need to tell LC to give tangos to Monkey King.
I am Shadow Shaman.
LC, can you give tangos to Monkey King?
Fortune and glory await.
As it please you. Granted.
Wait a minute.
This one's in the bag.
It is in the bag. So say the spirits. I hear and obey.
Ciao, I coming top. It's some middle Rubik, I think, I don't know.
Spirits move me.
If you're not already
It's double carry.
Oh, did he put down the ward?
Okay, TB mid, Tango pull it.
I accept.
On run we can kill if you learn stun. Not now. Now it's so fast, man.
I go.
Battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
Hear me. I speak for the shades. As you wish.
We can't. Go Rubik. We have stun.
Of course.
Okay, strong carry.
Yes. As the shades direct. Shades, guide me. The spirit
First blood!
I accept your
First
guidance.
blood for the Bronze Legion.
Fortune change. Does it please you? As you wish.
Hello, Roshan. Hello, Afik. Thank you, Lulu.
I hear.
He has vision over here? Ha! Nice right click. You make one mistake in this bracket, and people fucking figure your shit out. Wanna trade with me?
For the ancestors. Dulce nominis forte cali. I go. I hear and obey. Of course. So say the spirits. Shades, guide me. Yes. Attack! Granted. The spirit moves me. Granted. I accept. I accept your guidance.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go. You are good.
Care.
So say the spirit.
Come on, man, what the fuck? That's too good.
Shades, guide me. A sign from the spirits. Of course.
Thanks, Lulu.
As the shades direct,
Arcane rune top.
as it please you. As you wish. I see my grand spirits again.
Kill myself.
I have
Ooh.
seen the other side. It can wait. I hear. As you wish. You are heard. A poultry top.
The fuck, man? Kill these ones. 5-minute runes.
Take bounties, team. Your ability stop without meta, be careful.
Of course. Fortune's change.
I need level 7 and start rape them all. I need tridents.
Fight.
Run, 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 run.
The spirit moves me. So say the spirit. The bones are thrown. I accept your guidance.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
I
Double kill. Have to do it till that's done.
You're at him. Yeah, I can't say anything.
My soul flight ends. I return. Shades, guide me.
Enemy's middle tower.
DD
is
top, I
no
go
more.
take it.
Yes.
We can kill top, I come. Killing clarity. Yeah, I go. Clarity main and we go kill them.
I hear and obey.
Careful on Chaos, don't die, I come. You need to take stun line.
Chaos.
And after that I kill them.
Direct.
Okay, it's so fast. But okay, never mind with that.
Beat you like a drum. I go.
That's your best.
Killing spree. Double kill. Radiant's courier is dead.
Oh, amazing. I kill courier, it's very good. I need to use shrine, can we do that?
I accept your guidance.
Anti-mage suck. Yeah.
The spirit moves me.
Lion mid solo. So Mars Rubik top. I come top, let's go kill again. Maybe without TP scroll.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Go, they start to trust and we kill them.
Dominate.
Shackles. Okay, go, dive, let's dive. Oh, oi, sorry.
Power is under attack. You wanna come
Okay, it's fine. Let's take tower, I push creep wave.
I go.
Lion, hello.
Granted.
Regeneration for me.
So say
What do you want? Okay, take it. TB. But it's not regeneration. Fuck you, shit. Come to me. Cry.
How many of those things are there? Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Can you send reserve? They have ops. Send reserve, please.
accept your guidance.
This guy's really good. He really is a booster, like top 50 booster or something like that. Huh?
Top.
I go.
Mars. Chaos. Come to us.
The top tower is under attack.
Mars is TP, I think. Be careful. Let's push top. Nobody top. Use Phantasm and go.
I accept.
They have obs there, I think. They have vision for me when I jump it. Mars is TP out.
Yes. So say the spirit. The spirit moves me. Divine call for you.
Unstoppable!
Leave you. Of course.
Pretty sure if you kill yourself using neutral creeps, it adds more time to your death.
Obey.
Go Rubik duel.
Granted.
Oh, good. I'm back, sorry. Oh, I'm dead. No, not dead. Oh, I'm dead. Hero mid. It's legend, but he's your bot, I don't know why. We pink about, go middle. He have blink farm bot.
Oh, fucking can't communicate.
For hero top, be careful, Charles. Solo TB middle lane.
Look, the enemy's attacking your
I
middle
go
tower.
bottom, can we start duel kills them? Or we just gonna gain, yeah. Better go Terral bait kill. Don't have a level anyway. And
They're trying to
kills
knock
him,
down your middle
Shadow
tower.
Shaman. Wait. I coming, he is dead. Let's go, try, lose it.
Your mid tower could talk, and it'd be pretty mad at you.
Of course.
I go anti-mage now.
Shade, guide me.
Anti-mage back. No, anti-mage is top.
Moscow.
Go Mars bottom.
Come Legger, thanks for subscribing.
I accept your guidance.
I'm good at help me. They all are.
I accept.
I think TB is there, okay.
How about playing with a Guardian 1?
Let's go, do it.
Why would I do that? As opposed to Guardian 2, Crusader 2,
TB is there.
Herald 5?
Come to me.
I hear and obey.
Oh. Okay.
That is only the start of your suffering.
Okay, this game is coming over. We lost, no problem.
Did you just say we lost, no problem?
We can't start play together, it's so hard.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Hello, FaZe. Try not to say any stupid shit this time, okay? Thanks, man.
I go farming. Okay, no problem, team. Yeah, pink. Pink on what Enigma, pink more. And we lost 1,000 times, you got a long kill, good job.
I
Well
hear.
played.
You are heard.
They play 5 hero, if you not start playing together, we lost. They have full overfarmed hero blade.
As you wish.
We have legend commander level 6, I don't know why you relax.
I'm not mad at you. I
And
just
we
know
just
that you
need
have a
together.
tendency to say a lot of
Go
dumb
solo
shit.
feeding.
I hear.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I hear and obey.
No problem, Shadow Shaman top. Very good.
You are heard. I go. Off your deck.
I don't think you understand.
Strike.
Can we fight them?
I don't know if I should put my words down or
Your
not.
bottom tower's kind of bad. Dominate! Double kill! Bottom tower! Killing spree!
Nice.
Triple kill!
Little comeback.
Hey Tenmac, we asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Search тебе.
As the shade direct.
Catch. Or can't. You see me, you see you.
Your bottom tower is under
Divide it, please.
I accept your
The
guidance.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
I don't have stun, don't do it.
Radiant's
We can go now, we can go now, we can jump.
Not going.
Oh god, I'm being left.
I go. I hear and obey.
Hello, Matt.
Fortunes change. I accept your guidance.
Go push. We need fast on this game team. We're so strong. Play together and I will con command and we won. Don't stop. Stop play solo lane.
Granted.
Blue lion is there. Can we force high ground if you come?
Lucky little cover. The enemy's top tower's gone.
Can you bite it? Go enemy higher. Bite, go there. Or go this, go this, go this, go. Stun.
He didn't even blink away. Oh
Let's
my
go.
god, this Monkey King is actually so good.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
I hear.
Good job,
Catapult,
SS.
come to
What
us,
did I
Shaman,
even do?
Go, step and ward it.
So say the spirit.
Without anything. Can run. Push.
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
Attack.
Why you lost step and ward it, man?
The enemy's top barracks is fallen.
Go back, the defending.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top
Or
barracks.
just black hole. Push take middle, go.
My courier, dude.
Okay, go back, wait, maybe we can command him.
Dominate. Own it.
Accept your guidance.
Hey, you know, this will be the end of my 11 lose streak.
I hear.
Go bottom, we have catapult. Go bottom team, come, I have a con command.
Ah, motto atticado.
Help me. I'm dead. Go close them all, they don't have anything now. Wait me, don't die, wait me please. Go black hole. Help Charles, go black hole. Nice, kill them. They will another black hole. Or not, I'm there.
This guy is actually so good. It's like he can see into the future.
Go back.
Yeah, he's some fucking next level shit, man.
Wait till team and gossip and worded push without buybacks.
I hear and obey.
My fucking items. Oh, there we go.
As the shades direct.
Let's go, we have Enigma BKB. Come to bottom lane, please.
So say the spirit.
I have ulti so fast. When at 50 seconds end this game, go bottom faster. We don't have metas, we don't have fingers, we don't have anything, only arena. Dodge arena and we won. Come to me.
Yes. Yes.
We have catapult soon. Oh, this catapult we need temporary cracks him. Okay, this catapult we go Rex. Take haste and come to us. I need courier with BKB, wait courier. Help me.
What the fuck, man?
Help me, press. Ah, I'm dead? No. My ulti 1 second.
My hands are tied. Our
Push. Not need anything, just push, I'll protect you. Just push, if they come, they're
What the
dead.
fuck?
I'm dead. Stun?
I go.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Enemy bottom barracks just took a dive. You even watching your top tower? Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Your top tower is under attack.
Get carried by Monkey King.
Has fallen. Hey, super middle barracks, you now have mega creeps.
Hey, guide me. As you wish.
Well, I feel happy that I can finally win a game.
The spirit moves me.
I mean, I think it's kind of fair though, because TB seems to be a booster as well. So,
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. I guess they built on a fault line. Unstoppable! Radiant Agent is nothing but rubble. Dire take it all away.
you played 0 Final Fantasy games, Matt? Holy shit, you're missing out. Vote for me as MVP? Why you shouldn't have? Oh yeah, I feel happy. I can finally win game. Oh yeah, right, the sounds. I downloaded it, but that's basically the extent of how much I put into that project. I will look into this matter real soon. I know you're just dying to troll. Wait, I got commends.
Ooh, you get to dance.
Who else commended me? Oh, you uploaded another one?
Seconds left.
You're gonna have to send it to me. I prefer you to DM it to me.
Your pick. This is where you win.
This guy's a total piece of shit. I told you. See, look. Had him pre-muted.
Okay, your pick
Chowly.
now. You know what to do.
Mid or tiny. Oh, I can play safely and carry, hey? Oh, maybe I'll play some Ursa.
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Yes, Kwong, I played Final Fantasy. Pick, you fuckers! I'm not gonna pick Ursa now. Pick! Pick! Wow, Mid or Tiny Airlines. I don't think this guy's even a Smurf. Where is he? Maybe he is. Whoa, our best player? We have a rank 156? Jesus. Holy fuck, that's high ranked. Their best player is the Pudge.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Carried by Divine? Excuse me? When was I carried by a Divine?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hello, Initial. Welcome. Last pick, Wind Ranger. Hope you're good. Oh, I need to command my teammates. Thanks, Lulu. I've been streaming for like 3 years, Initial. I don't follow sports, guys. Am I Indian? No? Are you Nigerian?
Your life, much like your head, lacked a
Yeah,
point.
commend some of my teammates
You
last
didn't see
game.
that coming, did you?
Prepare for battle.
Who else commended me? Huh.
My friend, this is truly.
Do I even look remotely Indian? Like, what the fuck kind of question is that? Do I sound Indian? What the hell, man? Some people... Jesus Christ. Where's that Rico guy? Are you gonna answer my question? Mr. Rico?
We will.
Are you just stirring shit?
30 seconds to battle.
Go to.
Hey! Hey, buddy! There you go.
Yes. Who calls me? Fast uniform.
Oh my god!
Tracks of intruders. The satisfaction.
Very good.
Seek the foe. They're here. Honey from the comb. The enemy is near. On notice.
Fuck you.
Join with me. Let them see
Nice
our
one.
teeth. Set upon them. This is ours. Yes. Set upon them. Yes.
Much like your head, like a point.
Your blood is mine. Against all strife, wouldn't resist. Yes. Things bared. Right. Fiercely now. We fight as one.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Join with me. Right. Trinkets. The enemy is near. Let them see our teeth. Who calls me? Yes. Jump. Yes. Tracks of intruders.
AFK what?
Now,
Dude, our Morphling's not doing so hot. It
sit
appears.
upon them. We fight as one.
Care. Not that he can hear me.
Yes. Gold and sweet. Yes. Get away, you. Come near. We will. Seek the foe. Against all strife. From the forest.
Dire structures are fortified.
As honey. Fall upon them! Wasted. Denied. Attack!
What the fuck is going on?
Fangs bared. Take heed. Interloper. gift from the tempest of battle. Look to your own. Right.
Killing spree!
What is going on with this Morphling, dude?
Set upon them.
That troll who I pre-muted? He voted me MVP last game.
Thanks, Baird. Seek the foe.
Oh my god, dude.
Without end. 1,000 of your kind have fallen before me. Yes.
Dominate! Your middle tower is under attack!
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack!
I'll rend their flesh. I merely cuffed you. Claws out
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
for the Cubs. Warm as the springs.
God damn it! Trying to buy my phase boots, dude. Damn creep.
Claws out.
Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Against all strife.
Yeah, Pudge is their highest strengths, right?
Tracks of intruders. Set upon them.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
For the Cubs. Another sweated guy denied. Heal.
Watching your top tower?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not yet. Otherwise. Sit upon them. They're here. Fiercely now. The enemy is near. Join with me. Unworthy.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. Right. On notice. Not yet. Who calls me? I'm under attack. Go to. For the forest. Get off. Tracks of intruders. Fangs bared. Join with me. We will. Push them back. We're not ready. It's not time yet. Set upon them. It's not time yet. Your codes are orphaned.
Killing spree! Double kill!
It's not time yet. Gold and sweet. Sit upon them. For the forest. Interloper. Yes.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower!
Not yet. Yes. Yeah. It's not time yet. Let them see our teeth.
He's dismember.
I'm not ready. Get back.
Top tower just got denied! Dominate! Nice, put up a
A loss so small, the world will hardly note it fiercely now.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Come near.
Thanks, guys. Oh, 5 and 1.
Against all strife,
Radiant called in the fortification.
we fight as one. The enemy is near. I'll rend their flesh. Yes. Not yet. Go to.
Oh my god, this guy just keeps spamming that, dude.
I'm not ready. Let them see our teeth.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends would probably stop that.
Honey from the comb. Go to. Yes.
Unstoppable!
Take this warning to heart.
Enemy bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Calls me. Interloper. Fiercely now. Fall upon them.
Oh, I don't have TP screen.
Sit upon them. On notice.
Wait, her.
They're here.
Fuckers can't even hear me.
Twice struck.
Yes. Yes. It's not time yet. Tracks of intruders. fight as one. Not yet! Take heed!
Wicked sick!
The enemy is here. Set upon them. For the forest. Right.
What the fuck? Does the word last 10 minutes? I don't know, does it?
I'm not ready.
What the? You have backup?
Not yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
See you later.
Fangs bared. Interloper. Join with me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Right. It's
If your
not
mid
time
tower
yet.
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Wicked sick!
It's not time yet. Against all strife. Seek the foe. You see me waiting. Sit upon them. Trifles. Right. For the forest. I'm not ready. Go to. We fight as one. Not yet. Not yet. The enemy is here.
Your life is much like your head.
Monster killed!
Join with me. It's not time yet. We will. Push them back. Another swatted down. Who calls me? Rend their flesh.
Double kill!
Where's the other guy?
It's not time yet.
All
Dire
dead.
structures are fortified.
This guy's still just fucking running around.
Much like your head, lacked a point.
I'm not ready.
Still just fucking running around. Oh, he's dead now.
Your middle tower's under attack.
God damn it.
Fangs bared.
Your life
Rifles. Yes. Yes. Let them see our teeth. Come near.
your life, much like your head.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
not ready. Set upon them. Invisibility. Tracks of intruders.
What surge is this?
Set upon them. Set upon them. Yes.
Dear Diane, today I watched a bunch of dumbos wander around doing nothing.
Against all strife. For the forest. Yes. Not yet. It's me. The fight is won. The enemy is near. Honey from the comb.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Who calls me? Listen to that.
Holy shit, dude.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Not yet. Double damage. Join with me. Yes.
Much like your head.
I'm not ready.
Come on, you fucking shit, man.
Not yet. Fiercely now.
Oh my god!
I'm not ready. Right.
Fucking Pudge.
Not yet. It's not time yet. For the cause.
I'll return the favor.
We will. Yes. Into the
Don't shine its fall into the tire.
It's not time yet. The fight is won.
Great career.
Attack!
Much like your head. Lack of weight.
Fiercely now. Your blood is mine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Go to.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Black King Bar. Sit upon them. Tracks of intruders. Yourself lucky. A dead mother would have done.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Who calls me?
Radiant structures are fortified. Killing spree! Own it!
Claws out. I'm not ready. Yes. Right.
am I doing? I don't know, dude. Just fucking running around everywhere.
and sweet. Set upon them. Take heed. Seek the foe. Not yet. Join with me. How is it you heard of my
Double kill.
Yes,
I am carrying the shit out of this game.
yes. Let them see our teeth.
Your life, much like your head, lacked a heart.
Tower has fallen. Hit nice.
Stall strife. Not yet. Tracks have been
The
intruded.
enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. They don't know what his middle barracks is falling.
Ah, Shadow Fiend's done. Yeah, I win another game, guys.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I gotta go back to the basics, you know?
Bottom barracks is falling.
The heroes I'm good at.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. That's the power of elbow grease. And, you know, bit of
Prone. Alright.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. There, nothing doing to that stuff. The bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things to the bad cop. The bottom tower is under attack.
Set upon them.
Top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something? Enemy's middle tower.
Man, I am so fucking farmed.
Push them back.
Top tower is under attack. Your top tower. The top tower has fallen.
Oh god. Vote me MVP again? Yeah, thanks, bud. Yeah, I carried that game pretty fucking hard. XD. Oh, I can't even talk. 5.6k? No, still 5.5? Jesus, man. GG, guys. You were winning early game, eh? But then I just started killing everybody. Oh, that felt really good. Last game I got carried. I mean, I actually did pretty well that last game, but not as well as this game. I'm not fasting. What makes you think that I would even be interested in fasting? Easy game for Ursa, not a lot of stun. Excuse me? He has a stun, he has a root, he has a stun, he has a Yules. He has Dismember, which goes through BKB. Oh yeah, let me turn on the sound effects. Okay, they should be up in like 6 or 7 seconds. Okay, sound effects are up. No, to be quite honest, I don't need any more testosterone. No, I'm good in terms of testosterone. A little bit too much testosterone, actually. Oh, hey, let's do the quiz! Does anybody know the answer to this question? It's 8! And we've got a game. So that is not the correct answer. The correct answer is 8! What's his face from last game?
We'll hold him down.
The morph one. This is Dark Tier.
5 seconds left.
Did you answer the question I asked you earlier? This guy always plays Enigma, huh?
To have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh, Haku.
10 seconds.
You know what my problem is, guys? I hate playing the same hero twice.
5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, it just bores the shit out of me. I don't have the attention span. Like, I win most of my games for Ursa. I have very high Ursa win rate. I just can't do it. It's just so hard. Do it for the MMR, but that's the thing. Sound effect should be on. Oh, sorry, it's not on. Okay, let's try it one more time. Wait another 7 seconds.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Just do it.
Glad you like the jug skin, Casablanca. Ooh, Meepo. Goes great with Juggernaut. I think that might be a Smurf too. The old TA picture from Warcraft 3. Oh, I think he is Smurf, guys. Look. 83% win rate, 100% win rate, 73% win rate at the Immortal bracket.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
You guys want to go top? If I want to go top against... It's Ursa ending my gimme bot. Okay, I'm don't supporting retard players. What the fuck is wrong with you? Come bot Meepo? What the? Alright. Right, Meepo is trying to take mid from Morphling.
You have some
Hello Sharma, thanks Lulu.
as you wish. It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle! Hey, don't tell nobody, but this one's already in the bag!
Forward. You cannot hide.
So is Tree just gonna AFK? I hope he doesn't AFK.
I go. Already moving.
No one's supporting? Oh my god, is this guy just going like... Is he just turning into a baby? Fucking Dota 2, man. Hello, Matt. Thanks, buddy.
30 seconds to showtime!
Can you just do your job, man?
Skip around out there.
Only noobs spy eggs on Jug. Serious statement. Oh, fuck me.
To battle.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Put me in the vanguard. It's an honor.
Didn't I just see Ursa top?
Yeah. At last. So you say?
So this tree supporting? Bot boots? No one buy courier and words? This...
Okay, where were we?
Oh my god, I want to trash talk this guy.
A fine idea. This is ours. As you wish. Agreed. Yeah. I'll take that as tribute. On it. Yes.
First blood!
First blood. Very well. Of course. Under attack. Swiftly now. Onward. So you say? A fine idea. My power increases. Agreed. It's an honor. As you wish. I bring my blade.
Why would I drag it into the tower, dude?
Moving. Yeah. Invisibility. Ours, not yours. Your death approaches.
Fuck, I don't know which creep to go for.
Of course. As you wish.
This might be.
Swiftly now. What coward runs? Yeah. Very well.
Battle moves really quickly, huh?
Battle Fury!
For what? Your full mana or what?
To battle. I go. Forward.
He was dead twice, dude.
Hail. It's an honor.
Your top tower needs
Oh
some
shit.
help. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Man, I just missed an entire wave. Fuck. It's not good.
Yeah. Of course.
It's getting a suicide, huh?
Forward. To battle. You should be honored. Swiftly now. I'll take that as tribute.
What sort of prize is this?
God mode.
お前はもう死ん
More
でい
like
る。
baby mode.
何？
Yeah.
Illusion.
Agreed. On it. Juggernaut! A fight. I bring my blade. I fight.
Oh Jesus.
You are mine. Already moving.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Stand and face
Oh, there better be something important going on.
me as you wish.
Oh my god, you missed.
As you wish.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Very well. I go. Yes.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
No awards this game. Classic.
If you can. Yeah. On it.
Ursa is so fast, man. I hope Enigma doesn't come back. How's your Meepo doing? He's level 5. He's the booster though, so Morphling's doing well. I am doing okay for an offlaner. Tree's going straight eggs, that's bad. Yeah, I was supposed to play position 1 hard carry, but I got shafted. Meepo last pick, even though we had 3 carries already. What can I do about that, guys?
I'll take that as tribute. Attack. To battle. I bring my blade.
Alright, so in this game, what items would I like to buy? Little Castam. Try to keep it PMA, man, thanks. Jug face boots? How do you want me to answer this question? Yes, Jug face boots. Jug quelling blade? Jug stout shield? Funny, right?
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
This guy has a haste. Unfortunately, I'm not close enough to my 6. Which is why I said earlier, only noobs buy eggs on Jug. Did I not say that? Hello Pranjal, I'm good, how are you? Pretty sure this is Sanjin Yasha game.
So you say? As you wish. Face it. You're... As you wish.
Holy shit, he's going deep.
Look me in.
Ay, Jesus, I didn't want to fight that, dude. He just go in. Well, at least Doom's down. Should be easy farm bottom since Doom rotated top. Maybe I'll go bottom.
One battle is hardly the war.
Hey, welcome back.
Moving.
Come on, man, just let me farm, dude.
Tight.
Oh yeah, of course he'd try to take that.
Attack.
Ooh, maybe we win because it's 4 versus 5.
Run if you can.
Oh, he's not trying to take these last hits. Impressive.
Forward. Onward. I go. Juggernaut!
Dire structures on point.
Looks like it's just you and me.
Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh my god.
Already moving. I'll take that as tribute.
Motherfucker, dude. He actually, yeah, he moved he moved perfectly there. Couldn't even be said about that, man.
Yeah. Forward.
Yeah, that was like perfect movements. He baited that, he moved away from the creeps just enough for me to Omni Slash, but not so far away from the creeps that he can't turn around and just, you know, go back and Waste half my Omni Slash.
Spree!
At last. What coward runs? Stand and face me. I go. Look me in the eye. Die.
Oh shit, they see me spinning. Yo Lagger, how you doing? we still have not bought a single ward this game. So even if this Enigma disconnects, I mean it's, I don't know.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
You cannot hide. Denied.
Boundless Strike is 100, right? And 100 mana. Promise Ring is 100, so he can either jump at me or he can try to stun me. I think they can't kill me. Oh fuck, Enigma's back.
Death dealer.
Ah, there you go, there it is.
Power's gone. Nice, right? Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Onward. Jarana! It's an honor. A fine idea.
Dominating!
Take it. Swiftly now.
Looks like a black hole, doesn't he? Holy shit!
Here.
Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree!
I was
You even watching your top tower?
Oh, mana, dude. Mana boot, please.
Dominating! Double
They
kill!
can't hear me anyways. Oh shit.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Nah. Getting kited to fucking.
Tower is under attack.
No, black hole.
without end. It is not time. I fight. May I have in? Our was wasted. I go. A worthy foe. Swiftly now.
Tower structures are fortified.
Ah, Meeple the booster coming into play. That's a very, very long fight. That was a really long fight.
Of course. Attack. As you wish. As you wish.
Fuck, there's nothing around here to farm. No.
I am not ready. ready. Very well. A fine idea. Already moving. My waters rise.
Oh god, I'm dead.
Beneath the mask.
Tower's under attack. Radiant called in the fortification.
I've lost face, but I haven't lost heart. Yeah.
So these two wards that I just bought, guys, these are the first wards that the Radiant have this entire game. Bought by Juggernaut. Yep. Okay.
Forward.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Not yet. I go. Your depths.
Oh my god, it's a disaster. Holy shit. Oh, we got it. No Doom. Oh, they can't hear me. Oh man, the swashbuckle. That was a good buyback.
Returns.
Get out there.
On it. Juggernaut!
Movement speed.
Already moving.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Mega kill. Your middle tower is under attack. We got one less middle tower now, by the way. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
This tree is actually good at tree, except his personality holds him back.
But not defeated.
I'm sure. This guy's gonna survive easily.
I fight.
Double kill.
A fine idea.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Put me down. Of course. Onward. As you wish. So you say?
Time to put down the another ward of this game.
Yes. What coward runs? As you
I
wish.
think they have Doom again.
Yeah. Very well. Not yet.
You know what? Maybe I should shove out top instead of farming this jungle camp. Kind of risky though. But this is actually one of the most important towers in the game. This one in mid. Did I win Ursa game? Yep.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
I am not ready. You are mine.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good.
I'll take that as tribute.
Don't worry, Meepo, I got this.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, tree actually has eggs, huh?
Ooh,
We're just
your
gonna give up this
bottom
tower?
tower's kinda bad. This is one of the things in the bad column.
That's all we're supposed to be pushing this or not. I think we're gonna give it up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're about to split though.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
It is not time. Onward.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone. The bottom tower is
Dude, I got the right tree. Why me, you fuck? Go somewhere else, you stupid shit! We still lose the fight, man? Seriously, after all that?
Your bottom tower has fallen. Unstoppable!
Morphling, buy back, you stupid shit!
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Didn't you already use Black Hole? I heard Black Hole earlier, didn't I? Oh, no. I think Morphling is blaming Treant for not using his ultimate during the Black Hole.
Barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
You and yours will not prevail.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we lost this team.
Troops are your
So who do I add to the avoid list? Well, actually, every single one of my teammates is toxic or throwy in one way or another,
Why do I
as you can see here.
You ain't taking this seriously. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah,
Stupid to live.
Meepo, last pick Meepo, even though we had 3 carries.
Run if you can.
Killing spree.
Yeah.
Very well.
Pango and Tree, none of them buy wards. Morphling, his name is Mid or Tiny Airlines.
Your top
I don't even
tower
know what to say.
You and a couple
Yeah, all of them.
friends probably stop
Yeah,
that.
not a bad answer.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Yep.
So you say.
Sure, I added my entire team to the avoid list.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna kill me? You wanna kill me? I know what you're trying to do, Ursa.
Stand and
Oh my god, I cannot even kill this fucking monkey! Oh, I did kill him. Goodbye, my friends.
Monster kill.
He's a support monkey though, isn't he?
Dominate.
Oh my god.
Top barracks are under attack. They're trying to break through.
I don't even know who to kill, man.
Your top barracks.
I think well, you're fucked, buddy.
On it.
Comeback is real? I suppose I will grab it then.
Double damage. I bring my blade. Forward.
Don't worry, guys. Jug will support this game.
Onward. Seems fair.
Surprise, motherfucker! You wanna come in here too?
Oh, I didn't mean to hurt you.
A fine idea. Very well. My waters rise. I fight.
Huh.
I go. Already moving.
Come on, man. My fucking RNG sucks dick. This fucking game. You know, Meepo threw the game with the draft. Morphling through the game with being mid or tiny airlines. Tango and Tree don't support. What a beautiful series of rules.
Your mid tower could talk.
Alright, Tango, here it is.
Killing spree. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I just AFK.
Top barracks
Yeah.
has fallen.
We've all got the right idea.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. You wanted your middle barracks to destroy the enemy. Now you're doing it. All your buildings are knocked down. Your middle tower. Glowy things probably next. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
So you say?
Your middle
Relax.
tower has
You relax with this kind of team?
your middle
You know how I relax in Mural? On the fucking beach of Hawaii.
Your middle tower has fallen.
You die! You die! Why is Tree mad?
Is absolutely
Mama probably doesn't love him.
victory.
Alright, I am adding this tree to my avoid list for sure. Cause he just doesn't even support and he buys first item eggs, you know. Pretty cringe streamer. Excuse me, Flocka? Do you mind explaining that? I don't understand other people's humor, so I'm just gonna be a dick about it. Does that sound about right, man? Did I misunderstand anything? Fuck you. This guy is toxic. Vinit, I was waiting for him to say something. If I ask somebody a question, don't mute them. What a sad game. What about these? What about these three though? The way Pango tried. He tried. He just didn't fucking support. Meeple tried for sure, although he ruined the game with his drafting, and of course Mid or Tiny Airlines. I have no idea why Chi's mad. He's just mad for no reason. Maybe because of the last pick Meepo, even though we had 3 cores already. Although to be fair, Pango is a flex pick. Fucking Dota 2. Slark has very low stat growth, huh? The song is suitable for how I feel about the last game. So we know it's an agility hero. Which one of these is an agility hero, guys? I think Enigma. No concede button, please, thanks. Very high right click. Armor. Pretty sure it's Sven. Oh, what's the mana cost of Life Drain? I think it's 150. Oh no, 125, 175, 225. Oh. Bam. Got it, guys. Whew, I was almost wrong. Does anybody know the answer to this question? I won 2 in a row, but I just lost my last one, dude. Hello, Snowpoop. Welcome back today. We've won 2 games today, so I broke my 11 loss streak. I lost my last one because 4 of my teammates were throwing. 4 of them, literally 4 of them. But we broke the loss streak. Hello, press. By the way, the last one was Skywrath. Hello, Gazelle. Glad you like the song Rizki. Actually, it was Shadow Demon, you think? Yeah, it might have been Shadow Demon. Oops. Oh, I don't even have a chance to answer it. What the? Hey Danny, it depends on your rank. Thanks for always watching, Gazelle. Thank you, Neat. So that's Pango from last game. He just refused to support.
Your turn to ban.
Sharma, I have a feeling I've heard that song before you were born. Mid, thanks! Mid, thanks! What have I got for battle pass? You mean my level? It's 210 or something.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Can we not beg for attention? Somebody type in
To have fun.
exclamation mark attention, thanks.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh my god, please no. Is this guy a Smurf? Is he, why did he like first phase pick? Oh, he,
This is when you win.
orange looks like a Smurf. Just let, oh my god, I can't even talk.
Smoke weed every day.
5 seconds left.
Peleate, concha de tu madre.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Pelea, maldito bastardo.
Okay. I got muted yesterday because I played 2 games where I played really badly, and those 2 games I had really toxic teammates, and pretty sure everyone reported each other in that game. So I probably got like 5 reports in 2 games. I don't want to talk about it, okay, guys? Well, we actually our draft's alright. Come on, man, don't throw the game, please.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, all good picks. Please go safe lane, please. You know, initial, some people don't deserve the right to communicate, okay? Good logic, snail poop.
There is purity
Silence!
in silence. Onward.
Fortune and glory await.
Good boy. Yeah, you go fucking your regular lane and play like a regular Dota 2 player, okay? Regular Dota 2 player. Good boy. Who's your good boy?
To all my
Who's your good boy?
countrymen, it is
Who's your good boy? You're a good boy.
back. I
Fucking babies, man. Why did I pick Silencer? Well, I'll tell you what, man.
yes.
My team already picked Enigma and Storm. Guess what counters Storm Spirit
I
and Enigma?
make my move.
Oh my god, you can put down a banner of your face on it?
I go.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Bring out the PMA, guys. There you go, so that's how you do it.
Silently.
I even turned around to face him to high five.
Not a whisper.
Nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this. Ah, shit!
Play your cards right. This gig will land you on
Falls
easy
on
street.
the battlefield with quickness.
What the fuck? My hotkeys, dude.
Silently.
Fuck.
Silently.
干嘛呢，兄弟？
I go.
Oh, he's Chinese.
Not a whisper.
Into the tower. Why my hotkeys, dude? What the fuck?
Go. Yes. Silently. With quickness. Yes. Onward.
Oh, you're so smart, man. Take jungle. Yeah, this Killmonger, I think he's been in 3 of my last games, I think. 3 or 4, and he plays Enigma every time. There's a chance I might die. Looks like I throw a little purple cookie at Rubik. You get hungry easily, hey? Eat cookie, motherfucker.
I make my move.
So orange is Spanish speaker, so is
3, 2,
yellow.
1, let's go.
I think Ursa's Chinese. I speak just English. It's not true.
Yes. A step ahead. Onward.
God damn it. Get away from me.
Yes. I make my move.
He wants to fade bolt me.
Silently. Not a whisper.
I want some exp.
I go. A step ahead.
Should probably pull, huh?
Yes. I cut a path. Attack! Silent running. I go.
6, 7, 8. No, I'm not gonna make it.
Silently.
There you go. Wrong tree, motherfucker.
With quickness.
I could have stacked it.
Not a whisper. I make my move. I go. No mana. A step ahead. Silent running. With quickness. I go. Yes.
Ooh.
Onward.
Boop. Boop.
I cut a path. Yes. Silently. Behold.
He's gonna beat me in a fight.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my. Oh.
A step ahead.
I can't fucking ping this because I'm chat muted.
Silent running.
Oh, he already got the sentry. Man, I just.
I'm under attack. Silently.
I got your intelligence.
Blown away.
I cut a path.
Alright, I got that one for you, man. But here, let's just put it over here.
I go.
Wonder if I can shrine.
I make my move.
I would really like to shrine. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, let's do it.
Not a whisper.
Oh my god, that perfectly timed Spear of Mars.
Silently. I cut a path. A step ahead. Silent running. The silence deepens, not a whisper. Yes,
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I go.
I want intelligence. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
With quickness.
Your intelligence is not mine. Where is it? Ah! Oh, I got it. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my friends. I'm like, that Shadow Shaman's been around here for a while. He probably used all his abilities already. Let's just keep it in front of their face.
Not a whisper.
It worked.
I cut a path.
Over here.
I go.
Oh, I put a ward here. They deward it, man.
I make my move.
Invisibility.
Uh-oh.
I'm over here.
Silently. Yes. On.
God damn it.
Quickness. I go.
What the fuck? I still can't get the last hit?
A step ahead. Silently. Silent running.
Wonder where Storm's gonna go. Oh, he's going top.
Silent running. I think.
Oh.
Yes.
Esa KR, qué asco.
Look, the enemy's attacking the middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Silently. Yes. step ahead. Not a whisper.
Goodbye, my friends.
Hear no more from me.
A worthy fool.
Execution style.
Oh, my intelligence.
แรง โคตรพอจะทำไหม
My eternal.
You even watching your top tower?
I make my stupendous. I go.
Makes assassins invisible, you say.
Yes.
I want to tell my teammates, if you need global, ask for it, but I can't because I'm chat muted.
I go. Give me more. Yes. Yes. Silent.
That was not very sneaky.
I go.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
A step ahead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
God, dude, I told you, man.
Nice middle tower now, by the way.
Oh, and I fucking waste this ability, dude.
Knocking down that bottom tower.
Or did I? Hey, it all worked out in the end. I think.
Catch this. I strike.
Come on, Enigma, help me out, dude. I'm fucking dead, aren't I?
Never hear the end of this.
Future full of death.
Oh, wrong Omni Slash.
Yes. Double damage.
God damn it. Which one do I go for?
There is left to be heard.
Oh my god, that's so much. Oh, beautiful. Fuck you, Enigma.
Onward. I make my move. Not a whisper. Yes. Silently. A step ahead. I cut a path. Yes. I go. Silent running.
Items are good this game.
With quickness.
Glimmer Kit is pretty good, huh?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Radiant called in the fortification.
Yes.
Free money.
Silently.
Oh fuck, there's a joke here.
Not a whisper.
What the? I'm dead!
Yes. Silence is broken.
Of course, Nick's assassin everywhere, dude. They're always top all the time. Oh, his TP's on cooldown.
ลองเอาช่างมาช่างมาต้นช่างมา
Over here now.
Dominate!
รักคนรักมั้ง
Oh man, I needed to respawn like 1 second earlier. What the fuck? Oh my goodness.
Silent running.
ที่พี่ว่า
Onward.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
I make my move. I cut a path.
Denied.
I go. Spinning blade.
Yeah, you walk away, Kunkka. You walk away. I'm here to protect Storm Spirit. I'm a very deadly silencer.
A step ahead. I go. Silent.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Cold for me. Any last words?
Your bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
There's a team behind him.
Party. Ha! Let the fun begin. Lose power from this storm.
Yes,
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I go.
Well, Couriers did. Oh, right.
I go. With quickness. You have no business here.
Lots of good ults for Rubik this game, eh? Lots of good ults.
Running.
Excellent Rubik game.
A step ahead. I make my move.
Man, I don't want to die.
Yes,
Double kill.
not a whisper.
Orange wants to kill?
Whoa, what'd I miss?
I make my move.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Silently. I cut a path.
Wards? Are you fucking kidding me, man? There's one in stock.
I go.
You see what he did there? He blamed me for having a shadow amulet but not buying wards, even though there's
I go.
now there's 0 in stock. Fucking Dota 2 players, man.
Not a whisper. Onward.
Whoa, what are you doing there?
With quickness.
Are you glad I got the shadow amulet now? Oh, no, I guess it doesn't make a difference. Here,
Radiant structures are fortified.
look. You respawn in 39 seconds.
Silent. Yes. Yes. silently. With quickness.
Blah 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 blah.
I cut a path. I go. Coin for me. Silently.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Who's my wards?
I go.
Your bottom
Oh,
tower
my
just
wards are on the.
got
Oh, no wonder I don't have that many wards. Cause they're on the courier, and somebody got the courier killed.
Onward.
Now, who was that? I think it was this guy.
A step ahead.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This fucking guy, man.
You better puff on over to your bottom
I
tower.
make my move.
The enemy's middle tower
Sentry, por favor, esto es súper de mierda, no guardan, carajo. Un sentry.
Hey, 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 hey.
No lag.
I can't talk to this guy, man.
Yes.
Fucking guy, un puto sentry, no puedes comprar el
Shut!
cabrón.
I can't tell you this guy to shut the fuck up. I wish I was in chat muted so I can fucking trash talk this guy. Fucking bitch.
Whisper.
Oh my, this is so frustrating. You know who got the courier killed? You know who got the courier killed? Dumb fucking shit. You know what? I'm fucking done listening to this guy. Waste my energy and time.
That glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
Fucking dumb shit. Oh god.
God, I like it. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Hush now. I'm here.
Absolutely perfect.
I go. Yes. Onward. Gold for steel. Shut up. I cut a path. I make my move. Silently. I cut a path. Double damage! Witness.
Killing spree! Yes! I'm gonna make a fortune!
Yes.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dominate!
I go. Not a whisper.
Yeah, Roche was awarded. I remember that.
All
Just
so small.
running around fighting and shit, you know.
Hardly notice. Onward. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack!
I must have them all. Yes.
Top tower needs some help.
I cut a path.
Mega kill!
I make my move. Exaltation.
Enemy bottom tower has fallen!
Not a whisper. Yes. Yes.
Well, I think we probably won this game.
Enemy bottom tower has fallen!
I go.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen! The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen!
Onward. A step ahead.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust!
Silently.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen! Unstoppable! Edge! Radiant structures are fortified!
The material blade does truly matter.
Silently. I cut a path.
Monster kill! Double kill!
Oh god. See you later.
Whoa! Godlike!
Why is it spring already? Silent.
The trade winds still blow.
The enemy's top tower has fallen!
Yes. Not a whisper.
Good job, Vinny.
I'm over here. I can appreciate that. I go. The seas
Okay.
are your domain, Kunka. The forest is now your defense.
Fucking piece of shit.
As the blades fly. Yes.
We lost someone! Quick! Nobody move! Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks!
My thanks.
GG, guys. Oh, me, Vinny. That's true. Vote Silencer MVP. I buy all your words. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, and I would like to report this Mars. Ooh, someone voted me for MVP. That's the enemy team. Feels good when the enemy votes you for MVP. Yeah, it was the Nyx assassin. Alright there, fuckface. He was unpleasant to play with, but I wouldn't say that he threw the game. This guy is toxic. Hey Nemusin, are you ready for this answer? Okay, I'm gonna answer your question. And the answer to your question is that everything in Dota 2 has a time and place because it's an extremely situational game. I don't have any hard opinions about Dota 2, guys. Some people ask me like, hey, is Underlord good hero? Yeah, I'm sure he is in the right time and place. Can Vengeful Spirit be a carry? Yeah, I'm sure she could in the right time and place. Alright, I have a question for you guys, and I would like an answer from as many of you as possible. So I made this camera bigger. This camera is bigger than it has been for the last week or two. Or 3.
Rogue wolf comes.
Do you guys prefer the bigger camera? Do you like it big? Do you like it big? Or do you like it small?
Fortune and glory await.
You're welcome, Keith. Who likes it big? Andrew likes it big. BJ likes it big. Percy likes it big. Okay. I mean, you don't have to say that. You don't have to say that. You don't have to like it big. It's okay not to like it big. We like it big. You guys are glad you guys like it big. I am pretty big. Is that troll answer, Vineet? High five, guys!
Hunting. Who keeps the company of wolves?
5, 5, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, so as someone mentioned earlier, why did I pick Silencer? Well, my team already picked Enigma and they already picked Storm Spirit. So I picked Silencer. The counter is to 2 of my heroes. Sometimes you just deny pick the enemy team. That's about it, guys. Oh yeah, I bought all the support shit. Play new hero? Which hero's new? Is there a new hero, guys?
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
And which hero is
Your
that?
pick now. You know what to do.
I'm not implying that, Tundra, but we could. Anything's possible. Fuck, I can't even talk! Holy, Ricky pick? Into the bounty hunter? After this game, I guess I can talk. I actually need a pee, so I think I'm just gonna pick my hero. Weakest hero? Kevin, that is a great idea. Would you like to make a donation for your hero
Your
request?
pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Lion, 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 lion. 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 Lion, lion, lion,
10
lion, lion,
seconds.
lion, lion. Hey, be right back. 1 minute, I'm going to the bathroom.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Remember, the goal is to have fun. You're a pet now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hello. Actually, oh shit, too many tangos. Okay. It's quite the ugly pudge. Yo, Stanley. Yo, Alexander, would you like to make a donation for your LC?
I am the messenger of those gone by. As the shades direct, it is I accept. The spirit moves me. Of course. I go.
Hi, Jomar.
It is not yet time. Strike. You are heard.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
So, Alexander, did you want to make that donation for LC? Eh? Eh? Oh, man.
Not yet.
Two triple slippers.
As you wish.
$6.95. Thanks, Matt.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Got him. Hey, click him a couple more times, you fuck. So cheap.
I hear and obey. I hear.
You don't like my whistle snail poop?
So say the spirits.
I love that line.
Hey, nice clarity, bro.
Your guidance. Shades, guide me. I bind you. The bones are thrown.
Oh, shit!
You are heard.
Good start to the game. Almost had my boots.
The spirit moves me. Yes. Shades, guide me.
Respect the Shadow Shaman, you know?
Alright, the draw is like 0 confidence in the last hit me, so I think I'm just gonna get everything out.
As you wish.
What the fuck? Why these people?
I think they've already cleared bottom loss, man.
He's easy.
Yeah.
Dora is the
I accept.
If you'd like, I could just rush my phase boots and Bounty can come help you.
I hear and obey. Yes.
Oh, hello, Ricky. You wanna fight me? Do you think you have power to beat me, Ricky? Come back.
I go.
Good trade, man. Good trade. You click me once, I click you twice, and I shock ya. I shock ya.
How's it please you?
Want to drag this away, Ricky? Go ahead. Come here. Come here, Ricky.
As the
Go ahead.
shades direct,
You want this, Ricky? Come on, get it. Oh shit! Motherfucker! Good trade, Ricky. Good trade. Oh shit, Ricky. No! Ah! No! Fucking Pudge in the trees.
sir, I need entry.
Okay.
I hear. Of course. Yes,
See you later.
I accept your guidance.
Nice Fisher.
Shades, guide me.
Holy shit.
How's it please you?
Back.
Fucking tower range, you know?
As you. For the ancestors,
Behold, a subtle bird.
I accept. Granted.
You wanna trade with me again, Ricky? Yeah? 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 Ah, no! I didn't know he had a mango.
Is what gets you.
Oh shit. I'm gonna get a ton of experience here.
It can wait.
I'm gonna ask this for it. Earthshaker is here. Yes.
I fight. Strength fall on you.
What the fuck, man? You don't have boots, dude.
Say the spirit. You are heard.
Ah, bitch!
Yeah, I think Drow's game is over.
I return.
I knew this Drow's gonna come back. She's gonna be like, ah, she's gonna feel real confident with this, this Pudge and this, what's his face? Hey Mark, I heard you the first time, man, okay? And yes, this is the main account. My name account is UE, okay, dude? Come on, man, pay attention just a little bit.
If you school, give it.
Where's Troll? I'll try to find Troll.
So say the spirit.
Let's kill Mill. Let's kill Mill.
Okay.
I accept. I hear. A fine omen. You are heard.
Oh, TP back, man.
I accept your guidance.
Rune's bottom.
Oh, okay.
Granted.
Mark, did you even listen to what I just said?
Of course.
Your middle
Pudge is
tower
bottom.
I'm not mad at you, I just don't like spammy, annoying behavior.
Bird.
killing spree.
All lives must end.
From the shrine.
Shades direct. I hear and obey.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright.
Actually, Spectre needed to say something.
Shades, guide me.
Nah, too late for that one.
Shade, guide me. I go. Yes. As you wish. Curses!
Hmm.
Of course.
Oh, Spectre's gone.
I accept.
Boop.
Fortune's change. The spirit moves me.
Killing spree!
Granted. As it please you. I hear.
Got it. I'm on my bottom. Let's kill this Rishika.
Attack!
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and
Yeah, wait for it.
Oh my god, he survived.
Finish.
I accept your guidance.
Wow, Ricky, just wow.
You are heard.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you're gonna
Fortified
jump
destructions.
in or not.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
So say the spirit.
They're trying to knock down
I
your
can't
middle
talk.
tower.
I wanted to say their power spike is like in the mid game, so we can't get overconfident.
I hear and obey.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let them do that. Dire structures are fortified.
She's level 3! Oh my god!
The spirit moves me.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
So say the spirit.
Sucker. Wanna fight me, Pudge?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dominate!
First.
Middle tower's under attack. Mega kill! Double kill! Your middle tower is under attack!
As the shades direct.
No, go get a bridge. Get a bridge.
Shades, guide me.
Oh, that Pudge, right? That's Pudge.
Yes.
I'll bother you.
I accept.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Let me get the.
I'm coming mid. Go.
Let's go mid. Do you have blink or something?
Your middle tower's
No,
under
I
attack.
went bloods. Fast as
I
fuck,
hear
though.
and obey.
I could just dive tower with blood.
Dive, just dive.
As it please.
There's just 3, so. Oh, they see me.
I go.
Yeah.
Help!
They got cut off by the push. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Out.
Oof. Ember went really deep, dude.
Killing spree!
Oh my god.
That was terrible. Yeah, we don't want to go to tier 2s. Let's just get the guy that's tier 1.
I hope to his font. I don't know.
It just came up.
I learn life's mysteries. Yes. Of course.
Let's go. Give it.
I accept
Your middle tower is under attack! Your middle tower has fallen.
And we need to like kill this sniper ones.
As it please you. So say
Oh fuck, Ricky sees me.
Hit 6. Yeah, okay, don't hit 6. Just take mid. Burn there.
granted.
Oh, Ricky sees me again. Well, get out of here.
Oh,
I want some kills. Fuck.
Dominate!
Shade, guide me. As you wish.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
Dude, it's the fucking fortress. They can't impenetrable.
Yeah, on my way. Let me get the shrine first.
The bones are thrown.
Give me a turn. Wait, the main jump.
You are heard.
Where are they? Go first. Go, just go, just go.
Let's go.
Shade, guide me. Ah! Oh! As it please you. So say
Let me duel.
Dominate!
Oh shit.
On edge!
I accept your guidance. You're not going anywhere. As the shades direct.
Nice.
I'm gonna go grab my one.
I accept. Yes. I go.
Hey Mark, I only party with people I really know well, and I
As
don't think they're even close to my age, man. I also prefer people around my age.
Someone ought to scramble
Not
in
trying to
there
be a
and get
dick.
the
Should I get
shiny
plus
bits.
for this push?
I hear and obey.
Alright. Brownies.
The spirit moves me. I hear.
The rule of illusion.
You are heard.
can push me. I can. Let's go for the water.
Of course. So say the spirit.
No, I don't think I can help you.
Bullseye.
Okay. You have Haunt?
I'm running mid. Cool.
Mark, you're just too young for me, man. And you spam earlier, dude. You say so many things that are questionable, man. Like earlier here, dude. Let's look at what the things that you say, dude.
Go.
Mark, is this your main account? Seconds later, you're like, main account? Like, just once, man. Just once. Holy shit.
Static crit.
Yeah, I've thought about banning you many times, dude.
You are heard.
He just does a lot of little annoying things, like you know, like annoying little brother.
Ulti on top.
Except he's not even your brother, so you don't have to put up with him.
Oh! Shade, guide me.
Mega kill!
Snipe.
Double kill!
Nice.
I
Back for the...
accept your guidance. I summon my wall.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I go.
My thanks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. How many of those things are there?
As you wish. Granted. Yes.
I'll show top. I can get a dual moon. It's very never now though. I don't know where to go back. Or I can just suicide on the sniper actually.
They can't even react quickly enough.
Killing spree!
Dead. The spirit moves me.
That's a lot of meat for hammers.
I hear and obey. Of course.
It's a very loaded courier.
Yes.
Hammer time! Dun 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 dun.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Ah, blink dagger.
Fuck, can't blink, dude.
Buy back the shit.
Here's a blaze in your eye.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Dude, the gas pushed him out of the fissure.
You even watching your top tower? The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Guard me.
Never refuse gold given.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
I hear and obey. Fortunes change. I hear. Moto Atticano. The spirit moves me. As it please you. I accept.
Your loyalty will be rewarded.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. Dominate sanctuary here.
Dead.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's
Can we go
gone.
rush real fast so we don't throw?
Sure,
For the ancestors.
Take rush in like approximately 10 seconds. I still want us to throw.
Holy shit. Speaking of throwing. Oh, well, I guess we're doing this.
My ward, come forth.
Earthshaker.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I estimate the probability of winning to be about 1%.
The enemy's top
Earthshaker.
barracks has fallen.
I think they gave up.
As the shades direct.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
You are heard. A sign from the spirits. Granted.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Not bad at all.
Beat you like a drum.
My allies have earned their keep. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Enemy's middle tower just been... Ding, motherfucker! I like these troublemakers.
No. GG guys. Thanks Chris for suggesting that.
Nothing but rubble. Dire, take it all away.
I'll report Ricky and Pudge, please. Oh, no one says anything about the drow? Oh, that's why I was chat muted. 6 reports. That's a lot of reports. Sometimes you just get 2 really bad games, man. Yes! Vote for me, MVP! Yes! Hey Ferdy, I'm alright, how are you? So we should be almost 5.6. Wait, what? I was 5.556. So by that logic, I only got 18 MMR. Fuck. You love Elsie's name? It was Fat Sloth, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like his voice. So smooth and calming. Actually, let's commend him. Good job, Elsie. Good job. See you later, DD. Have a good night, bud. Yeah, I may do that at a future point in time, not on the stream, Snowpoop. Copyrights, you know? I'm Sweet 16. Yeah, if you take 16 and you double it. Sweet 32 almost. Speaking of which, let's be real here, guys. How often do you see a middle school? What? Middle school, yeah. A middle school or high school student hanging out with a 30-year-old, right? You don't see it very often, right? It's just people... Why do we just use that sound effect? Hey man, don't use sound effects just because you can, okay? Fahim. Thanks. Anyways, how often do you see a 15-year-old hanging out with a 30-year-old? Not very often, because the age difference is just too big. People like to hang out with people of similar ages. That's why when I do party games, most of the people in my party are, you know, very close to the age of 25, right? You know, plus or minus 4 or 5 years or something like that, right? Oh, hey, Fat Sloth's on my team again. That's the Bounty Hunter. And that's the Ember Spirit. Oh, this is great. Argos. Wasn't he the Drow last game? No, he was the Ricky. I think I'm still chat muted.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Yeah, so as a 30-year-old, and actually I'm about to turn 31, and hey Matt, are you here? You're probably pretty happy to hear about this. I'm about to turn 31 in about 3 weeks. So I am Way older than a lot of you guys. And to be quite honest, I don't mean to be a dick, but
Nyx is pretty good too.
I don't like to hang out with teenagers. I don't.
I don't think we need sleep for arrow.
Most teenagers.
A little
I don't like to hang out with most teenagers because, like, you guys are like, oh, I did my homework. You know, I gotta do my homework.
As long as he's on a floor that he's comfortable with.
Man, I'm on my exams and shit like that. And I'm like, I graduated from high school 13 years ago. Hello, Jill. It's nice to see you again. Of course, you'd be happy to hear that. Yeah, so, like, you guys just don't know a lot of things that I know, just because I had a lot more time, right? I just don't like to hang out with most
Really nice
teenagers.
Kennedy.
Especially if you're, like, at the bottom end of the teenager spectrum, like 13, 14, right? I just don't like to hang out with you guys. We just don't talk about the same things, right? You guys just... Did you know that the average male human brain doesn't fully develop until 25 years old? So your brain is not even fully developed. So, people like the guy earlier, who I'm not going to mention his specific name, he asked the party of me, but I'm sure he's like 14 years old. Hey, Born Lamb, I have problems with you, bud.
Now. What? Huh?
Yeah, yesterday you made that comment, Born Lamb. You're like, yeah, 28 minute Dragonlance is pretty bad. And I replied to your comment, man, and I said, like, yeah, no fucking shit, man. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, if you like. I don't care. My laning stage means so little.
Yeah, but Born Lamb, I need you to stop making those kind of comments, okay, mate?
That's
Huh. My full-time gamer, yep. That's right, Sharma. On average, you know. Probability says that your brain is not fully developed.
Vengeance is my mistress. It's in the bag.
I don't know where I go. Oh yeah, I'll go top.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, just don't show maybe. They have trends. Okay, we'll show anyways.
yeah, I was gonna say, it's gonna be pretty hard to avoid.
It's fine.
This goddess needs. I can promise you that this one's in the bag.
As you
I'll get another tango. Thanks, Born Lamb. Road to better social skills, my friend. In the very same logic, Born Lamb, since we're still on this topic, and you're still here and listening. Yeah, people don't like when you point out like that kind of negative shit, man. It's kind of, let's say that you're 150 centimeters tall, right? Let's say you're a really short guy, right? And then I go up to you and I'm like, you're a pretty short guy. Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. Thanks, man.
let my vengeance soar.
Oh, don't go. Maybe.
Pay attention now. The battle starts.
Oh,
Is
Jesus.
it alive?
I am not.
Shit.
We can kill. Do you have
You, let me stun first! Dude, let me stun first, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No.
Alright.
So bad. Okay. Alright.
I don't even know what to say, man.
Very well.
Well, I should not have bought this fairy fire. Oh, I can sell it right here, I think. Can you? Yeah, you can do it.
Nice sentiments, precisely. Denied. Don't your blade. 4.
God, the Matrix does way too much.
That's the goal for
Vengeance flies beside me. Faster!
Oh no.
I am there.
I think you should stay up there, Nick. Like, there's nothing you can do down here. Playing will do a lot.
you. That's the solo. I don't hard. Oh.
Yes! Let my vengeance soar.
Gotcha, bitch! Thanks.
My raid fans.
Times must I set out on this road?
Like Mars is gonna be too big by the time that I can get in. Up there.
I am under attack. Vengeance flies beside me. My sentiments precisely. I am not arguing. I am there.
Oh, you fucking cunt. You're dead. Nice try again, bro. Nice try. PA, go on me.
Thanks. Very good.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! No! God damn it. Okay, okay. Alright. A little bit too YOLO.
Denied. Faster. If I must. If you insist. Gift from the goddess. My sentiments precisely.
Hey, Sergio, you can't open it yet. You have to wait.
Let my vengeance soar.
Sunstrike.
Nice.
As you may.
Strike me down.
The time has come.
Mars didn't level up his E. What the fuck?
No vision.
L.
Killing spree!
No, come on, man! Stop doing that!
Dominate! No mid-double
I don't think you could do that.
Do you wanna...
Oh my god.
More level 6. I'll go
Yeah,
try.
let's do it.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Snick's assassin, I don't know, he just doesn't work with his team.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
I think they're gonna get about tower.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight! Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll go jump.
Miranda's level 4?
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad guy. I am there. Killing spree!
Very well. I fly.
I don't have boots yet, huh?
Battle.
Ooh, I want that.
Faster.
In the strength,
I am
now be kindled.
Like I said, I'm more than comfortable on the cover. Oh, you feel too bad about my item.
Sunstrike, sunstrike, sunstrike.
Doesn't matter, I'm dead either way.
I fly.
Easy shot.
No, one rune? Oh shit.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops and get over there!
Hey, why even, you have invis already. I don't know why you don't just have stun mana.
Oh shit! Oh, not good, dude. That's feet. Oh my god, that tornado dodge was so good.
If you insist.
Tower's under attack.
Nice job, guys.
Yeah, let's hit this tower. We have catapult.
Come on, Moonlight is on cooldown. Sorry it was so late. I thought you were actually fine.
Don't worry about it.
I'm all for a little downtime.
My sentiments precisely.
I'm going to hit the shrine.
Let my vengeance
I'm gonna need
soar.
shrine come.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Give up bot tower.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Vengeance flies
They're
beside.
trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Revenge.
Your middle tower's under attack. What, not your job or something?
Half of what?
That's Mars.
Too low mana.
Oh,
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I'm running bottom.
oh. Help.
I don't think it's ever worth just doing that, dude.
I'm so fucking dumb.
Yeah. I'm breaking. The fuck?
Killing spree.
The time has come.
I still don't have
Hold
boots.
in the fortification. Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on.
As you need. By the bloody vengeance of Avilava.
Your top
Can we go top? Can we go top? Can we all go to, like, a bunch of people top? Drop, come.
tower just sit there looking funny.
Oh.
Dominate.
Done.
Double kill.
Good
Got
job.
Mars 2P. Y'all can get that tower.
First, you have to earn it. Nice.
Oh, you don't have creeps.
Your middle tower
They don't have backdoor anyway,
Stalker
dude.
Invoker or something. He's been just AFK farming.
Your middle tower's
I'll
under
go.
attack.
I'll push top. You guys go mid. I'll go jungle.
Sketches are fortified.
Take it.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. Down your middle tower. Double kill.
That's a really cool leap sound. Oh my god, I want that.
I don't have arrow. I don't have arrow. Don't die.
Going bottom for anyway.
That leap sound effect's so cool. Hello Hanif, hello, we play.
I think Nature Prophet took the bot down.
As you Sweet as vengeance. To battle. By my will.
Bro, we can kill this guy.
Yeah.
Never
Clear
mind.
out
Let's
this
go.
triangle. Yeah, leave it in.
I'll go for immunizations.
Maybe we.
I can
It's right
pick you
here.
up.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of mad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Come on, more. Need more. Go.
Dire structures are fortified. You better pop on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top
Oh
tower
my
is
god, I
under
low rolled. That sucks.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like, we're just giving up this tier 2? What's happening?
We'll die there.
Bottom tower is fallen.
We're dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hmm.
The time has come. I am not arguing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Fight him.
There's more people here, guaranteed. Look right here, look right.
Oops.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh.
Fuck.
What the fuck? It's gone. Oh, it's 18-minute rune. Oh, right.
Shit, kill.
Wait, TP Shrine?
I can. You're alone, be careful.
My sentiments precisely.
Mirana can join us. Okay.
They're covering him.
Killing spree.
What a cute gust.
Alright.
Oh, we need to.
Can we go top 10?
We need to get towers really bad.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Faster.
Let's see it from here.
Dire structures are fortified. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Oh, you're a hero. Damn, you actually saved him with the swap.
I feel bad. No. Get in here.
Good.
Allies disappear.
So how did I save him with the swap? Was there Mirana arrow coming?
Your middle tower's under attack.
As you wish.
Oh, Mars?
We can maybe Roche. I don't.
I'm awake.
I'm very close to level 15 and I'm an actual hero.
What the fuck, man? Why is like this vision so bad like that?
Faster.
He's right here with the battle fury.
God.
Bitch,
There's a ward here, Venge. Venge is a ward right here.
You kill this.
Oh, I thought it was an actual ward. Man.
for Rush. I'm keeping bottom. Showing.
I am not arguing. Yes.
Mars has blink, Mars has blink, Mars has blink. You're gonna get sunstrike.
Make sure get out there. I'm not there. Yes, I'm not there.
Just back, just back, just back.
Pushing out bottom.
My bots.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I think they're gonna try and Roche.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Careful, 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 careful.
Oh yeah. Check Rush. Rush? Yeah.
No, it just came out.
Okay.
Can we kill this guy? You think?
I am there.
It's a little bit far. Go invoke.
He's alone. That seems way more free than Invoker. I don't have.
Oh, fuck.
BKB on PA. BKB.
Stun? Just stun him? Stun
Can we
him.
get, yeah, can we get one more
Stun
person?
him. Just stun him. Just stun him.
Oh shit.
So bad. I'm out, guys. I'm out, guys.
Killing spree!
We're taking way too long on these things.
Double kill!
If you just stun him when he has no creeps, my arrow will kill him. Like, we stood in a common ward spot for like 20 seconds. We're gonna wreck.
Yeah, they go to Roche.
Yeah, just give it, I guess. I can't
They're
fight them.
trying to
We
knock
can't
down
fight
your
them.
middle tower.
What the fuck?
They're not.
Your mid tower could talk.
So there is a ward here? What the f— oh my god. I suspected that there might be, but I wasn't sure because like I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess I should just put down sentry here.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Atos.
I'm streaming. Alright, here's your answer. Okay.
Is it this best served now?
Hey, no shit.
Faster.
No, I'm pretty sure there is a ward there. Yeah, see? That's why he put sentry there, because he suspects the same thing.
Very well. As you
I'm also might be KP actually.
at last.
Oh, let's go to jungle. They're all at bottom, like Mars and Invoker TP. Alright. Careful. That was a good idea to keep fighting, just get back.
I also have BKB, just back.
I fly.
I have BKB.
My sentiments precisely.
I don't have fucking TP, man.
Ember needs to be keeping.
The time has come. To battle.
Sure.
What's the rush time?
Alright, Mars is heading down. We need to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't fucking talk anyways. Ah!
I'm not
Too much
sure.
damage.
Keeping mid, I'm keeping mid.
It's like 24 even.
Okay.
So,
Wait a minute.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Glove.
About.
Keep pushing top enemy.
My sentiments are
Oh, come on, dude.
Die. Ember do a buyback? Don't know.
Dominate!
Oh my god, my team, dude.
Going high ground. We should give up one lane. Like, there's no way we fight them without Ember. Just give up one lane. 60 seconds. Kill this invoker. Let's kill this invoker. Can you stop?
Dominate!
Good, good, good.
You can maybe fight now.
No. Like, GA.
Or you can defend it. You can defend. Just don't give it
Okay,
up.
okay, on my way, on my way.
Your bottom barracks are under attack!
I don't know. I can't really do anything about this one.
Bad news about your bottom barracks.
It's
I
fine,
don't
it's
have
fine.
buyback. We need to try to avoid farming.
Put sentries here?
as you
Want to get the triangle? That might be convenient.
Yeah. You want the Asians or something? Yeah. I'll let you farm it. Oh, farm that first, and look at the next one.
spirit soar.
Mars has the pipe. We can go smoke and fight them right now because the Aegis is expired. If we catch if we catch PA, it's gonna be great. Just go smoke them. Wanna go smoke them?
Can we go fight this? Can we go fight this?
Ready. Not buyback. So it might be back on.
Please go.
They're running the fight.
Nice. Good, good, good. Oh no!
Unstoppable!
Nice. Go mid, go mid. Man, like PA is paper. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You know why? Because of
The
me.
bot is pushing in. I can go defend. I have remnant.
Just go.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Oh,
kept
I
flying
see an
here, we can do
attention
some more.
whore.
I feel like he's gonna do some dumb shit and try and stun someone.
Guys, putting up
Not
a
interested in Forge Spirit.
Get set!
No detection.
Such as tomorrow.
I am there.
Oh, check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, I was gonna get the runes.
Get rid.
The prize is mine.
Oh yes, my doggy!
Is grown up.
I got the MKB. You can get it if you want. Like PA is not a big problem, I guess.
If you insist.
Might be Scotty. I've seen HP 20%.
Nice. I'm on my way.
I'll be real, I thought you were fucking dead.
No way. No way, dude. So fucking easy. Let's go mid, boys. I'm gonna push this out and run it back.
Hey, yo, what talent should I get?
CDR.
I am mortal.
Always
CDR is always the best one. BKB, Hurricane Pike, your
The only time you
aura.
want to take the other option is like if I was carrying the game, you pick it, but like I'm just pushing boys.
I'll get the quota.
You're the one this game. So you
You
definitely
basically become a new hero.
Alright.
The rune of haste.
We push super fast. Come on, can you come?
yeah. I was just pushing out this bot with Mega Cruise, Supers. I'm on my way.
My doggy, no! No, doggy, no. You stay over here, doggy, where
I
it's
saw
safe.
BKB and Raudas too.
Huh?
Just hit building, hit the rocks.
Top tower needs some help.
Ah, doggy, no! Doggy!
The enemy's middle barracks is falling.
I'm gonna change on Ember or on the Invoker.
Just go
and then
base, just go base. I
arrow
don't care. I
we-
don't get here. I don't here. Just go base. Fuck this shit. What?
He gave up. Just finished the game. Thanks for Darren.
Tower has fallen.
My fucking dog. He didn't do anything to anybody.
Fallen. Tower is unprotected.
Good job, everybody. A very sudden turn of events.
My doggy. Sad win indeed. Win for doggy's life. Not worth. Oh, dude, Vengeful Spirit with Helmet Dominator. In fact, yes. Pay F to pay your respects for doggy. What the? Oh, right. Coordinator bullshit. That's the MMR I had last time. That's odd. Okay, seems we can't even, oh, there we go. Come on, give me my mirror. Give me my mirror! My mirror! Today's a very red day. I mean, a very green day. Hello, Jeffrey. I think this queue, it looks like it's queuing, but it's probably not queuing. What do you think about the rework on Recycle Immortal? I don't have any opinions of that. I understand that it's not as good as it was before and all that shit, right? But I think a lot of items are... You get a lot more items for less levels than before, so you know what I mean? How strong is my internet? Very strong. And to answer your question, it's 75 megabits down, 15 up. Why does it matter?
It's over 9,000!
Hey Mushir, thanks buddy. I'm doing right. My doggy. Thanks for donation. How do you get out of 1K? Oh, where's the last game? If you want to get out of 1K, you just need to play better, man. I don't know what your problem is. Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, right? I didn't know that you were Indonesian. What makes you think that I knew that you were Indonesian? Can anyone indicate that at all? What? Logic.
Smoke weed every day.
Good job, Haku. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh, did I get game?
Smoke weed every day.
Am I Indian? Yes. Hakeem, I don't want to visit you, man. I don't even know you. I've never even seen you before. You're gonna stab me. What? I don't know why people think that I could... What? I mean, this isn't the perfect example, but it's kind of like I meet you for the first time and I'm like, hey man, Hakeem, can I sleep with your sister? BJ, I'd be down for visiting your home. Hi, Russian guy. Yeah, I'd be down to visit you too, Vinny. My brown friends. No, you guys may not come to my home. None of you. Unless I specifically say. Any hero spam if you're in 1K? Alright, Raj Kumar. Let me show you how to use Dota buff. Alright. Since we are doing absolutely nothing right now. So, if you want to learn which hero to pick, you just go to dotabuff.com. You go to heroes, you go to meta. So you're 1K, right? There you go. Pick Necrophos. Pick Crystal Maiden. Pick Underlord. Pick Meepo. Any questions or comments about how to do basic research? What do you do in life besides play Dota? I eat, I shit, I jerk off. Hey man, just because you have a Facebook doesn't mean that you won't stab somebody in the back, right? That's exactly what a stabber would say. Isn't that right, guys? I'm not gonna stab you, I have a Facebook. Ka-ching! What a rude thing to say. That's why we prefaced it with the expression. Now, this isn't a perfect example, but the point is you don't just jump from point A. You don't go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour just like that. It takes time to develop relationships. You get that, Genkaku? Jesus Christ. Basic social skills, guys. Okay, Lulu, you can come. Do I rent or own? Why does it matter? Hey, stats don't lie. You see how this guy, like, he comes in here and he acts like my best friend already. Hey man, I don't even know you, and I'm not your friend, okay? People is from Booster and Smurf. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. How do you prioritize your target during the starting laning phase? I don't understand your question. What is the target? Like the killing target? The laning? How do you put what heroes in which lane? You have to specify. I don't give a shit that you're Russian. This is the second time you've asked me this question. Why do you think that I care that you're Russian? Hey man. I'm Vietnamese. Are you happy? Oh my god, some of you guys have just the weirdest logic ever. Fat sloth, huh? If you're a fat sloth, to prove that you're a fat sloth, can you please send me a friend request? I'll wait for your request, okay, man? Can I make you a better university screen? Okay, man, sure, man. Wait a minute. You're already on my friends list? I did not even know that it was you. In fact, I don't even remember who you are, to be quite honest. Sorry, man. I'm an old dude. I have really bad memory. Okay, don't take it personally. Good job, Mike. Great games, man. He's legit, guys. Mike, where are you from? Killing target. Well, BJ, this is gonna sound very obvious, but I kill the person who's easier to kill. How do you decide who's easier to kill? The one with less armor and HP? Or escapes? Hello, yes. I'm ugly, you happy? Yes! You're gonna make me look good in front of the ladies. We have 14 million ways to play. I suppose so. Thank you for watching my stream since junior high school, Ahmed. Good job, Mike. I actually didn't even read your message. Somebody else deleted your message, so I have no idea. Hello, Brazilian guy. Oh, right. See, that's the thing, Mike, is that I play, like, on average 10 games a day, every day. So every year I play, every 6 months I play almost 2,000 games. So, you know, it just all starts blurring, you know what I mean? What resolution does it need to be full screen for you? It doesn't matter because I can, you know, stretch it out. New Orleans. Oh, cool. American. Well, thanks for visiting the stream. Nice playing with you. Play, bro. Oh, yeah. I should queue, huh? Good call, Marion. Look what I got, guys. So I am not even in a party. See? There's no one in my party. There's no one in my party. What the fuck is going on?
Smoke weed every day.
I have no party. Hi there. I was pretty much just Moonlight. I didn't want to say anything. Oh, BJ, you're so modest. You're in university? Yeah, most of you guys are. Favorite hero, Juggernaut? Sure, Matt. Absolutely, man. Make any screen you like. I may or may not use them. I probably will, since you made it and trust your judgment most of the time. That I win? Yep. 5 years. Oh, I wish I had that ability. Right. I use 1080p by default, Matt. You got a game? Are you serious? Guys, I have a feeling restarting the game doesn't do anything, but I mean, I'm not a wizard. I'm not a wizard. Here, we will test your guys' theory about restarting the game, okay? But I will say this. Every time I do that, it doesn't do shit. I told you so. Well, let's check here. There we go. So you guys need to wait for this. I'm not a wizard, no. But I am wearing a robe and wizard hat. Old joke. Restarting won't help because the game refreshes itself automatically. That is 100% true. Although I am not a wizard. Enjoy your workout, Mike. Good on you, man. Keep hitting that gym. And don't stop. Always down on Tuesdays. Steam always get down in Tuesday, but Wednesday in my country. You have some grammar problems. I was 5k earlier. What's my MMR now? Still 5k. Oh, I think it's English only, please. Thanks. Where's my MMR? Where's my stats? Oh, let me, yes, I have new hair. Donate, please. Yes, I do mind sharing how much I make as a streamer. Hello, Kyle. Yeah, Genkaku, I can repeat my answer. Besides playing Dota, I teach kids how to have social skills. Found the racist. Hey, Rocky, did you know that you're racist? Good job, man. Racist. And before we go further into this, hey Rocky, I would like you to answer this question, okay? How many TIs has Southeast Asia won? Or how many majors has Southeast Asia won? I agree with that statement, JT. Some people should definitely give me money for something. Oh my god. Waiting for coordinator to come up. Simulation stream. Well, you know, Gali Irwan, some people grow up and some don't. Hi, Uchiha. My day's been good. Yeah. I played 4 games. I won 3. Very, very good. You want to see my Juggernaut? Sure. English only, please. Thanks. Blue, if I'm a 1K YouTube commenter, what's the stupidest question type I can pick with the highest blue span irritation rate? I get irritated at a lot of things, so let me think about your question. I think if you generally just make like a negative, like it's called destructive criticism. So there, when you give someone feedback on and you want them to improve, right? It's called constructive criticism, right? So you can say, like, as an example, let's say I'm playing a game of Juggernaut, right? And then you can ask me, I think that Blink Dagger would be very good for this game because you can use it to initiate on the Tinker. What do you think, Bluespan? Like, that is a great example of constructive criticism, right? Because like you're offering a solution, you're explaining why the solution is good, and then you're not making a statement or command. You're like you're simply asking me a question, right?
Grant awarded to Mr.
Go away, Kyle. Thanks, buddy. That's constructive criticism. What I really fucking hate is destructive criticism, when you just want to like shit talk somebody, right? As an example, right? Somebody might say, "Hey, Bluespan, why are you so bad?" Like, I get that really often, right? Why are you feeding? Like, why am I feeding? Why am I so bad? How do you want me to answer that question, right? And then like I'll be like, "Excuse me, that was rude," right? I will say something like that, and then they'll say like, "Hey man, you should take the criticism, you know, like you should learn how to take criticism." What else do they usually say? What do they usually say? Something like, "You can't improve if you don't learn how to take criticism," or something like that, right? Like they'll say something like and just try to justify their actions, right? And that fucking irritates me. Anyways, Big Sheila, I don't know if your question was serious or not, but I answered it seriously. Thank you, Born Lamb. Good job on the social skills. I don't mind. It depends on the question, right? Because like some people say like, why not BKB, right? And I'm like, well, you know how like someone can ask a question, but they can be judgmental, but somebody can be asking the same question, but they're asking it seriously, right? So it really depends on the person and how they ask the question. So, good job, Born Lamb. Do I play Counter-Strike? No. Ever thought of playing Dota professionally? I've thought about it. I've also thought about being a billionaire, a supermodel, and something really unrealistic. Yo, Mini Snap, just I'm waiting for Dota 2 to come back up. How do you counter Alchemist? With a Silver Edge! That's a joke because somebody told me to buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist in one of the games a while back. And I was like, buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist? Like he was probably like 1K or 2K and he's telling me how to play, you know, like buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist. Like, it was just a really dumb suggestion. Anyways, if you want to counter Alchemist, you can pick Ursa to lane against him, regardless of where he goes. But basically you need to gank him and ward his jungle. Hey BJ, if you want to stay invisible in real life, it's better to use a Shadow Amulet. Yeah, there's nothing I really want to buy with it. Point star, yes, there you go. You want to beat me? Too bad, sucker. Good job, Sharma. I can't even queue for a game. Oh, Sharma, you're so clever. Yeah, I tried queue again, it didn't work, guys. Silver Edge is good against Alchemist because it makes him poor. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you can use Silver Edge and it might lead to a kill. And it does stop him from getting extra money for 4 seconds. Am I still playing? I can't. No one. I think no one can queue right now, dude. Let me guess. You said something dumb again. Hi, guy from Indonesia. That's right, BJ. Hello. Remove the hat, please. Hinda man, make a donation, please. Guess what? Those two things, neither of it's gonna happen. Am I right? You're Steve, go to Minecraft. Hey Steve, I'm Blue. Make a donation? Hey Mohammed, you'd like to see Dark Will or Tiny. Would you like to make a donation to see those heroes? Jesus Christ. $200. I didn't get that reference. I feel all Chak also can BCM carry in Dota 2. Jeffrey, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Smoke weed every day.
Play with in your dream. Play with Miracle? Yeah, let's try to queue again. See, look, guys, I'm gonna try to queue. Okay? I think it's not gonna work. Hello, I'm good. How are you? Does your country not have PayPal or a credit card? Thank you, Faisal. Yeah, it didn't work. $200. Oh, okay. You should reference it a little bit more clearly. It's my MMR. I have no idea because Dota 2 coordinator won't tell me. Should be 5.6 though. I think it has nothing to do with the server. It's just no one can queue anywhere. That's right, Xing Shang. Is the timer on stacking camps a Dota Plus or a Battle Pass thing? It is a Battle Pass thing. I think. I mean, I have both. I had to get rid of one of them to test this theory, but I'm pretty sure it's Battle Pass. All heroes also can get godlike. Well, you're not wrong. Am I watching Gravity Falls? I don't even know what that is. Is 7.21E about to drop? I hope so. That'd be nice, right, Andy? Favorite hero is Juggernaut. Oh, I'm stuck with you guys until I can find a game. Ugh. Well, I still have my beer from yesterday. Actually, it's not beer, it's cider. Actually, it's disgusting. And what build is that, Sharma? Game of Thrones? Yes, good series. Connection normal, go play. Alright, SVG. Connection normal, go play. Alright, man. Connection normal, go play. Oh yeah, by the way, this is what it says. And we're stuck. And we're stuck. And we have grammar problems. To get bored of Spectre, yes. Actually, he's just not that strong now. Games today are good, Valdo. Actually, yeah, I played 4 games, I won 3, so feeling pretty happy. Web games. Nah, I'm just gonna talk to you guys, and if it just takes too long, I'm just gonna turn off the stream. Hey, Nikila, I think you're like 13 years old, man. Rather than ask very specific questions, right, that no one will probably have the answer to, right? Like, I can ask you something like, hey, man, you wouldn't happen to study string theory and quantum physics, would you? You know, you see how this is just way too specific? Rather than ask that kind of question, why not just ask, hey, man, what kind of hobbies do you have? Hey, man, which countries have you traveled to? Like, very easy to answer questions. Social skills, you know? I'm from India, and there's so many who follow your stream here in my college. Love your stream, bro. Glad you like the stream so much. And yeah, we do have a lot of Indians here. And we're stuck with you, Daddy. Okay, Xing Shang. You're stuck. That's what I say when I look in the mirror. Kyle, I've already forgot what you were referencing. Adley, thanks for subscribing. Wallace Young. I can't fucking play, guys. Yeah, and Patrick, I see that you keep begging. I don't know, you're like Filipino pride, but to be honest with you, no one gives a shit. Servers down. Way better than yesterday. No, actually I can queue West now since the Chinese 5-stack probably stopped queuing. And yeah, thanks for subscribing. So this queue is real if I can see my games list or my MMR is updated. So you see how my MMR is the same? It was 5574 before. I can't even see my previous matches. Yeah, see, I'm trying to load matches. It's not queuing. So we're all being debated by this queue. This queue doesn't actually exist. See? Which here you don't like to play? I don't like to play Meepo. I think you just don't know English too good to ask more complicated questions. No, it has nothing to do with English. Like, I mean, let's look at his questions for a second, right? This is one of his questions. You watching JoJo? I have no idea what the fuck that is. And then he asks here, you watching Gravity Falls? Like, you see how like it has nothing to do with his English. It's actually just straight up the questions that he chooses to ask. I mean, he could ask me, Blue Span, what hobby you? Or something like that, right? And that's not a grammatically correct sentence, but still I would understand, and it's very easy to answer. Whereas what he chose to ask is just these super specific questions that probably almost nobody here will even have the experience to answer. Where are we? You're a stupid idiot, you like stream. Thanks for liking the stream. Can you use Monkey? You need at least 20 hours of watch time to use Monkey. Yes, it does appear that way. Total update, I have no idea. Span play with Tara Stanley. Tell Tara Stanley to come here if he wants to play. Yep. Right. Yep. The MMR still plus 25-26 when you win a game. Well, I mean, everybody gets the same amount of MMR. It's usually around 25. Like, sometimes you might even get as low as 15, or even less than 15, if the MMR differential is way too big. But regardless of your MMR, if you're 1k or you're 8k, everyone gets around 25 per win. JoJo's an anime, okay. Right? Wiku Hero to spamming in Legend. Hey, Yusuf. Okay, let's go back to Dota Plus. I have it right here. Go to DotaPlus.com. Go to Heroes. Go to Meta. You're a Legend, right? This is Legend, right? Alright. Play Drow Ranger. Play Necrophos. Play Bloodseeker. Play Chaos Knight. Play Ursa. There you go. Next time you don't have to ask this question because you can use Dota Buff. I am play Dota in Singapore server. Okay. I am play Dota in North American server. You can ask, do you watch porn? No, I don't watch porn. Maybe. Am I Chinese? No. Yeah, maybe he does. But once again, social skills, right? Good night, Junior. What? I have no idea what you mean. Can I play now? Steam already okay? Well, let's find out. There you go. Okay, remember, just because you see like the play Dota button not, or a Dota 2 coordinator not being in an error message, doesn't mean that you can queue, okay? For future references. I have no interest in fighting you. I believe that you're just crying out for attention. What is the best pick against PL and Viper? Well, I actually think I've never tried this, but I'm pretty sure you can go to Dota Buff. PL. Lancer. So you can just go to PL's page. Let's see. PL is worse against these heroes. So you wanna counter PL? Pick Ember Spirit, Dark Seer, Sand King X, Timbersaw, Leshrac, any of these heroes. Same thing for Viper. You just go to Viper's page on Dota Buff. Keybin is an ultra troll mode, makes us believe we can play, and then gives us play button and illusion runes for the Javates. Sounds about right. Tell Tara Stanley to come here. I don't think this is true. You get the same MMR, guys. It should be around 25. Because remember, sometimes you get 29 to 32 MMR, right? Tara Stanley is the best Monkey King player in Indonesia. Will you play with him? Is he better than In Your Dream? Once again, if Tara Stanley wants to come play, tell him to come into my stream and say something if he wants to play. I'm not going to reply to any more Tara Stanley requests. Do I use mic when I play Dota 2? Yes. This is what quitting smoking must feel like. Sorry, Andy, I don't know what you're referring to. I've won 3, lost 1. I did not. Yeah, I heard Secret's doing very well. You don't have either? Wah, wah. That's okay, man. Everything takes practice. I can't play because I can't queue. This is your personal experience. Wait, what is this guy referring to? Right. Getting less MMR, right. No, you're probably just unlucky. Maybe you've only played like 5 games, man, but try playing 50. I think Dreamacell. Dreamacell's like what? Almost 8k? He's like 7k or 8k, right? What about In Your Dream? Don't you Indonesian people love In Your Dream? Huh? When you play in Southeast Asia server and your bracket is legend, you just can't play support CS. You know how Cancer is C player depend on your rank. When you play in C server and your bracket is legend, you just can play support cuz you know how Cancer C player. Hey man, I have no idea what you're trying to say. Hello, Mehmed. Hey Sean, I'm happy that you think that I'm good, but factually and statistically speaking, for you to even be successful in competitive Dota 2, you need to be at least 7k. I'm 5k. Who do I think will win the Arcana? Vultry, I have no idea, man. I don't really care. I hope the hero that I play a lot wins it, you know, like maybe Spectre or something. Or Ursa. Hello, Ferris. Do you have a pro team now? Thanks, BJ. Appreciate your positivity every day. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know, I have been 5k for like 3 years now, man. It's been a long time. I was 6k, but it's so hard to reach 7k. Bulldog was 5k when he had a team. Well, that was a very long time ago, right? Like that was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. 5k used to be a huge deal because like people didn't have like huge MMRs like 8k, 9k, 10k MMR, right? So, I mean, I've played with Bulldog before. I mean, nowadays he's straight up just 7k, right? And almost 8k. Who's the best drafter in Dota 2? Maybe Fly? You know, no one builds Hitter Viper anymore, right? Everyone goes Magical Viper now. 2013. Oh, is that when it was? Well, there you go. I don't know what you're saying. 7k is really difficult. Did you just play Dota? Yes, I just played Dota earlier today, yes. You know, when I watch your streams, sometimes I saw deleted chat even without I can read it. Yeah, well, sometimes people say really dumb shit and then it gets deleted. What can I say? Is that a fucking aquarium? Yep. Hey, Nomi, what are you trying to say? Please reply, okay? Nomi? Thanks, man. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. You think Paul will draft for EG? I have no idea if he does or he doesn't. Hello, Mohammed. Try to keep it in English. Why don't you join competitive Dota? Because you need to be, once again, at least 7k to be even mildly successful. You played competitive Dota in 2013 at 1.5k MMR? And you slayed, so you're successful. Good job. What do you think about Fi? He's a good player. Yes, mods are quick. I can't play, once again. Mohammed, I would like you to pay attention to this, okay? I cannot play if the coordinator is not working. How long have you been playing Dota 2? Since 2011? Yeah. I don't have an opinion on this because I've never compared them. How long am I going to wait before I decide to go? I don't know. Maybe we give it another 10 minutes or something like that. Is Dota server down? What does it look like? It's pretty cool, Sam. Thank you for suggesting this, Blackjack. But it's kind of funny that your mod was do the job as fast as they can. I mean, it's not that funny, but my mods are doing a good job at being mods, for sure. Did I play Dota 1? Yes. Favorite hero, Juggernaut? Yeah, let me just get his phone number. I don't have a preferred role. Best carry player is probably Arteezy. Trial Ranger very overpowered. Yes. How to play the right Morphling? I'm not a good Morphling player. Yes. Nah, man, I don't want to get into that. I don't really particularly care, you know. My pleasure, Xing Shang. I'm sorry that you feel lonely. Hope you can get lots of friends sometime soon. Why the name Bluespan? Blue is just my gaming name, and Span's the gaming name of my best friend. Hello. Any more questions or comments, guys? Now, since we have absolutely nothing to do, let's read Reddit r/Dota2 together. Interesting. 200 IQ. So that's a little funny. Best Necrophos set of all time, you say? What the fuck? This is serious. This is a serious set, huh? That's just silly, man. Hi Reddit, just finished my puck set for TI9. What do you guys think? That's cute. How can we delete a player from Party Finder? Oh, that is a great question. You can't? Oh my god. But sometimes we can add a player by accident. Seriously, you can't add? I mean, you can't delete? That's... I suppose they'll probably fix that soon. Alright, back to the comments. Blue, don't you think the Greaves build takes too much time for Viper? No, I don't. I mean, Greaves is good for a very, very long time, you know? Like, even like 45 minutes into the game, Greaves is still strong. What do you think about Mushi? He's a good player? Do you team with Span frequently? No. Basically never. Hello, Wan, welcome back. Long time no see. Sorry, I don't to other YouTubers. He's a YouTuber, right? You're so out of the meta, is he now? I wouldn't know. Hello, Karen. Long time no see. Welcome back. Let's play some Dota Compendium line. I don't know what that is. You can't connect to the coordinator. It's that a box bug? Well, I mean, you see that I have the same problem, right? Same thing for you. Yep. Thank you for the love from Russia, Russian person. Seems kind of buggy. Why Gibbon's still fat? He has a lot of money. He can get intensive plastic surgery. I mean, he just doesn't care, man. Can you ask me an impolite question? No, just don't. My MMR is 4700, but I can't reach Divine. How many MMR do I need? Hey, Antares, have you ever tried using Google? Here, since we... Oh, is Coordinator back up? Here, let's see if I can see my games list. Nope. It's a debate. Hey, Rico, thanks for subscribing. Alright, Antares, since we have absolutely nothing to do, I will Google it for you since you're too lazy yourself. This is Google. Dota 2 medals. Divine. There you go. Right there. I really think Scotty's better for Viper than Atos. What do you think? I think that you're going to be farming for a very, very long time with no kill potential. And I disagree with you. Let her pray to our Lord and Savior Chilo and Quad this morning. I am Leo's friend, and he doesn't like that persona anymore. Well, even though you're busy, Awan, I'm glad you spent some time to come visit me. No Dota. Copyrights. Where are you from? I'm from Canada. I don't have a religion. Yeah, we're all waiting for it. You forgot to pay your bills? Are you serious? Welcome back, EB. What is your opinion on Secret drafting Arc Warden into Drow as a counter? Well, I mean, it's good. Arc Warden has what's it called? Is it called Plasma Shield? No. I forgot what it's called. Magnetic Field. Magnetic Field almost completely counters Drow, right? Until she gets Monkey King Bar, or like level 18-ish. So I mean, it's very good for Drow. What can be said about that? Do you think Sonic will add it as new hero or Pikachu? I think you don't understand how copyrights work. You can have Divine, like you can have like 5k party MMR and you'll be Divine, regardless if you're solo. Thanks, man. Yeah, you're welcome anytime, bud. Nah, I'd rather not right now. Hey, Sakma, I'm 30 years old. Yes, it is. Hey, Venery. A little early, yeah. I don't think I can queue. Here, we can try, okay? I try a queue, okay? What the fuck? It started at 20 minutes? Doesn't even make any sense. You guys see that shit? It started at 20 minutes.
Smoke weed every day.
I don't think that queue is even real. Let's have a look. If this queue is real, I'll see a games list. Or I'll see my updated MMR. Nope. We're all being debated again. Cal, I do too. Yeah, I think it does pierce magnetic field, but once again, it's only 20, 30, 40% chance, right? So. And also, before you get to, let's say, level 18, which is 40% chance, right? You are going to be losing 70% of your damage. Sorry, 70 to 80% of your damage. Total players that you like in the team secret, I like mid one. Very high skilled player. This is probably true. Team EG. Say hi to Canada. No music. Wow, you don't like Epic Games even? Come on. You don't like their exclusives? But they have exclusives. Didn't play for 2 years. I had before close 7k rank. Now I'm back and I had to play with legends. Like 7k ranked, you say? I suspect that you're not telling the truth. Well, you know, this makes a lot of sense because Arc Warden is actually a very strong laner. A very strong laner. And Drow is a very weak laner. Avash, thanks for subscribing. Oh! Suddenly my game chat appeared, guys. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe my games list will also appear. Debated? Well, my MMR updated, but my games list didn't. So, the party chat appeared. MMR updated. Oh, I got 28 MMR in the last game. Nice. I think we're in a queue. Can't really tell. Queue's kind of weird. So maybe we'll have a game soon, guys. Wow. Worst skill in Dota right now for me is Lucky Shot, painfully RNG. Yeah, I mean, it was too powerful before, but now, you know, you can't always get it right. What can you do? Why does Dota 2 game coordinator take so long? I'm not Gaben. None of us are Gaben, I think. Unless EP's really Gaben. Should our Jeff? Do you know the fatter I get his channels? Yes, I do know. Yeah, YouTube policies, you know. Hello, Roosevelt. Sheng, thanks for subscribing. Ever play FOC? FOC? You're making the assumption that I even know what you're talking about. Hello? NA server problem? Fingers crossed. Have the servers of Dota hung up? Maybe. You're gonna donate all your points? How many points you got, son? 521? That's a lot of points. Yeah, really nice. I'm happy because I'm back at 5.6 again. Oh! You saw my points go up, guys. I think Dota 2 is coming back. You're a Gaben, but are you the Gaben? $33 minute? 34 minute? But have you ever seen me and Gaben in the same room? Wait a minute. You're onto something. I see what you did there. Fight of characters? Is that what FOC means? Hey, guy who originally asked the FOC question, is that what you mean? And if this is your answer, I have no idea what this even is. Hello, Nani. You got a game? You serious? Give me back all your money? To be quite honest, I don't care that much. About 34,000. 11 out of 12 connected. Fat chance, get it? Whoa. You fat shaming Gaben there? Gaben? Do I speak only English? Yes, in the stream I do. Weather in Canada is fantastic. Last couple of days we had around 23, 24 C, so very nice. What's that sound effects I just used? It's called dun dun dun. I don't think it's available for you. No brown people. Ben, thanks for subscribing. Hello AJ, nice to see you again. Hello Karen, Clarissa. Would you like to make a donation to see Invoker there, Garcia? I'm good, how are you? Icarus is a good game. To be quite honest with you, I don't really have time for games. Besides Dota 2. I'm from Canada. Hey Antares, let me ask you a question. Have you learned how to use Google yet? Please answer before making your next question to me. Damn it, Valdo. What you say about brown people? Hello, Saladin. You know you love that chicken tikka masala. How do you know that I love this? Have you seen me eating that? Or you play outdoors games too? Yeah? Play lots of sports. Hey man, I am not interested in saying foreign words. Because you know why? A lot of kids, they come into the stream and they're like... And they get their kitty friends to watch at the same time, right? And they're like, hey guys, I'm gonna get Bluespan to say penis in our language. Nah, man. Not interested. I don't think that you actually lost your money. Are you the one of 9-year-old army? I don't even know what you're talking about. Is Dota still down? I have no idea. You live in the UAE? 40C? Jesus fucking Christ. What, you called Gaben, did you? Gaben, did you have a conversation with this guy? What do you think about Vietnamese food? I think it's fan-fucking-tastic, man. Is 23C hot for me? No, it's not. Yeah, when I was younger, I ate a lot of strange shit for sure. Q is going up. Is it supposed to go down? I don't think that's how timers work. Oh, you did you? Well, maybe you should make a ticket to the people who deal with these kind of things. Fried Spider, how was it? Any advice for new streamer? Hey JT, what are you referencing? Is that your actual question? Huh, my queue stopped, guys. Hey, my queue didn't. Oh my god, we have a game! Let's go! Indeed. Let's hope for 11 players, Bingshi. It wasn't racist, AJ. Hey Sam Smith, if you want advice on how to be if you want advice on being a good streamer, you have to ask why people will watch you over watching anybody else. And remember, every fucking kid out there who likes to play video games and thinks that they can be rich and famous for playing video games in front of a camera wants to be a streamer. So, I mean, your idea is not particularly unique, okay? So just understand that you have a fuck ton of competition. Secondly, I don't know, like, are you particularly good at something? Like, are you better than 99% of the population at some kind of thing? Are you an actual, like, really funny guy? If you're not, then you have no chance at streaming. So, there you go.
5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Wasn't this guy trash talking me yesterday, or was that somebody else? Can't remember. And Sam Smith, haven't we had this exact conversation before? Wow, first pick Ember Spirit. Do I know Vanos? Isn't he like a Dota 2 YouTuber? I don't really know him, to be quite honest. Anchor what?
Remember.
Oh, I was thinking to play Ursa.
Yeah, who am I kidding? Okay, your pick now. You know what to
Done.
do.
You want Drow? You got it. Hey, look, I'm from Canada. To think I remember you, Sam. Just remember that if you advertise in the slightest, I will ban you. Yeah, if he's who I'm thinking of, he basically acted the exact same way last time, just really positive at first, and then after a while he just kind of low key started advertising.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
My Dota chat is working. Oh, hey, good call, AB. Hey, Vilbert, I don't know the answer to your question, man. I'm not tech support. What draw set is this? This is a custom set, but mostly guys are the winged bolt.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Hey, Sam. Glad you understand. Do I like the new Drow bow? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think it's flashy. It's just kind of expensive, so not worth the 57 Canadian dollars. Should be around like 43 US dollars. Rahul, glad you like the headpiece. It's raining? No, it's not. Sunny outside, man. This guy a Smurf? He doesn't even give a shit about his username, huh? A lot of friends for someone who's a Smurf. Maybe he's not. Where's all the stats? Jesus. Hot grill. Not as pretty as Lulu. That is absolutely correct. Oh yeah. Where's my stats?
Traxxas here.
Oh, look at this guy trash talking me. My probability of winning is 20%. You're quite the cheerleader, man. Are you willing to put money where your mouth is? Kyle, you don't need me to do anything for you to do that.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
That's not how betting works, Kyle. I haven't initiated the bet. Hey Kyle, you're trying to give your points to Gaben, right? That's what you said. You want to give Gaben your points. You're just simply betting with the bot. Like that's not what you said you wanted to do. Okay, Kyle. Just wanted you to understand that your command doesn't do anything.
Death comes silently.
Johan? My question, sir?
It is in the bag.
Your fate is sealed.
What did you learn? Prepare for a lesson.
30 seconds to showtime. Watch the door before the battle starts. So get cracking.
Good enough. Onward.
Oh shit.
Silent as
The battle begins.
Oh man, we're getting screwed on these ruins, hey?
I've waited for this moment. So be it. Forward. That was my thought. Very well. To battle. That belongs to me. My bow is drawn. Feel the frost. My sentiments as well. I shall nip my enemies. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Fucking hell.
Into the fray. Way ahead of you. I go in silence.
Oh fuck, too many times?
Bite, frost.
Ah!
Here's a troll.
Feel the bite of frost. Very well. Onward. Good enough. Stand and deliver. So be it.
Oh Jesus.
Cold wind.
I need
I have
roots.
to block this manually.
To battle. Denied. Way ahead of me.
I'm manually block this and I'll come back and try.
As deep as forest shade. Attack. My bow is drawn. Quiver.
Double damage.
My sentiments as well. Agreed.
Have a sentry here.
That was my
Yourself.
arrow fly. Silent as a mist. Arrow fly. Forward. Denied. Yes. Feel my cold embrace. That was my thought. Arrow, find your target.
I might go for rune.
Runes? Oh, I can talk again.
Quiver.
I should be able to get both bottom ones, I think.
Anchor what?
No, I have 2 of them on me, maybe. No, I have to sack this rune, I think.
Battle.
I'll take your tribute.
Odds are we kill mid.
Agreed.
Oh, good job, Lulu. Ooh.
Yes.
Top's missing.
Death comes silently.
Okay, good for us.
Very well.
You want to go use shrine?
You'll have to do better than that.
Yep.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
You can come, Ember. Ember, come.
He has phase boots, huh?
Silent as a mist.
Quite powerful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Go in silence.
An Earthshaker anyways.
My sentiments as well.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Double damage.
Hello. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Feel the frost. My bow is drawn.
Oh, fuck me.
Good enough.
Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, nice.
What's this?
Pedro, can you TP mid?
Yeah, I'm in.
Onward.
Oh, you got my guest. Oh, it's the Rubik Core. I think. Yeah, it should be Rubik Core, like level 7. Oh, shit.
Way ahead of you. Arrow, fly.
Which one is he gonna go for?
Arrow, fly.
There you go. Well,
My sentiments.
My bad. I thought I was gonna go. Oh, nice.
That was my thought. Your fate is sealed.
No mana.
Go in silence. I shall not.
Killing spree!
Fair trade. Good enough. Forward. Agreed.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Onward. Very well. As deep as forest shade. Attack.
Shaker coming bottom.
Feel my cold embrace. Bite frost.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Battle.
Don't let him do that!
Gonna get the bottom bodies.
Way ahead of you. My bow is strong.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So be it. Way ahead of you. Uh-huh. Into the fray. Good enough. Onward.
Fuck, man.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Dominating!
Yes.
I can't help you.
Let me die.
I shall make my enemies.
It's okay, let me die. That's a bye-bye.
Yeah, they're fine.
To battle.
My triangle.
Silent.
Oh, of course they ordered this shit. It's probably right here.
Your top tower needs some help.
Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well. My bow is drawn. Is dead.
Fuck, I TP for nothing, dude.
Embrace.
The ancestors. Your middle tower's under attack.
So be it.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops and get over there!
Tastes so sweet. Arrow, find your target. Agreed.
They're trying to
Carrot,
knock
carrot
down
top.
your middle tower. Dig in and defend
Lots of the heroes.
Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I go in silence. Into the fray.
Double kill.
To battle.
I had that faith in my team.
Oh, thanks for trusting us.
Silent as mist.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Ah, that's rage
Dude, so many
buyback.
buyback.
That's rage buyback. He TP top earlier.
My sentiments as well. stand and deliver. I go in silence.
Can you kill him, boys?
Agreed. I'm under attack. Very well. Way ahead of you.
I'm dead, dude.
So be it.
Yes, done. Be careful.
Yeah, he's too slow. Wah wah.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Faster than an arrow's flight.
I'm an asshole. I do what I want. I say what I want, right? Did I misunderstand anything, man?
No.
I'm not ready. Your fate is sealed.
You know, a lot of people say that the Dota 2 community is one of the worst communities, right? And you're like, nah, it's fine. We do what we want. I don't care. We don't need to change.
Let's get these bounties.
That's what you're saying, man.
That gets me on my blink.
Never refuse gold. Given.
Good enough.
Dominate!
Did I misunderstand? Let me know if I misunderstood
man.
anything.
Attack. This is one of the things in the bad column. Dire structures are fortified.
Arrow, fly. My bow is drawn.
Are you
Yeah,
even
that's the
watching
fucking
it,
rule. So you just obey the rules. You know, it's very, very simple.
Has fallen.
Head in fire.
You're not going anywhere.
Forward.
No toxicity here, man. It's very simple. You do not say what you want.
Killing spree!
Very, very simple.
Maybe fortifying the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
You know,
Dominate!
Chijan Thung. Here, I'll give you some more examples, okay? You know, in Saudi Arabia, right?
Bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
If a woman gets raped, that's her fault. Okay, dude?
Let me die. I want to die.
If a woman gets raped, that's her fault, and then they actually kill the woman. They'll throw stones at women, right? But I mean, they could say the same shit. You say, "Ah, that's just normal here. That's just the way of life." Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's how it should be, right?
My bow is drawn.
No, man. You know what you're trying to do, Chinjan thing? You're just trying to find an excuse for your shitty behavior.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
All right, the Hurricane Pike.
Feel the bite.
Keeping bomb.
Come on, man. Just stop acting shitty, okay? Okay.
Very well.
I have
Oh my god. Okay.
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
Thanks, buddy. I needed that.
Take that.
What a nice guy.
Go in silence.
Come on, my shamany brother. We find those
Yes.
bitches and we fuck them hoes.
Arrow, fly.
I'm scared. It's
Okay,
just
level
us
15,
two.
jeez.
Boys, you can push bottom.
The top tower is under attack.
To battle.
We win this game.
The top tower needs some help.
Cold embrace.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. You'll be
Can't you do
fine.
too late for
Long as
that?
Top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
Hey, Mosin, you think there's a difference between rape and adultery sometimes?
Arrow fodder.
Killing spree.
Into the fray.
Anyways, the point is, guys, like, rather than justify shitty behavior, why don't you just do the right
Death
thing
comes silently.
and just act against it, right? It's very simple.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
Onward.
Blink, 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 blink! He has blink! There's an Ursa coming over here.
Ursa from the B hand.
Yes.
Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Nice.
Way ahead of you.
Let's get these bounties. I got both of the bounties. If you guys run top,
My
get those.
sentiments as well.
They don't have Haunt either, and you said Echo's down, right?
I think they saw it. Or did they use Echo?
Hey, let's get back, Shadow Shaman. We don't have a team.
Does anyone need that topper? Okay. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Okay.
Okay, to be honest, guys, I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia. Okay, my bad. If I was wrong, my bad. But like, I've heard some shit about that in those, you know, Sharia law countries, right? I'm not making this shit up. Okay, I don't just make shit up.
Feel the frost.
Yeah, that was offline.
Your fate is sealed. Silent as mist.
This is truly unfortunate. Can we get an F in chat?
Killing spree.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go top, guys. I think top is the play. Just run top.
Alright.
Forward.
You can farm this like little try while we get
Thing
there.
about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
That was my thought. To battle.
Your bottom tower. Double kill. Job or something.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The bottom tower is just sit there looking funny.
Thanks, Hal.
Good job, boys.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Dire structures are fortified. Radiant called in the fortification.
I'll cut a notch with your knee.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
He has epicenter.
Troublemakers.
Bite frost.
Barracks is falling.
Can we get back?
I'm very low. He has
Yeah,
stun.
Spectre's
He has
gonna
stun on Rubik. Careful. It's okay, just get him.
Take this warning to
Oh god, oh god, oh god!
So be it.
Thanks.
My bow is drawn.
can take it.
I shall nick my enemies. Attack. Way ahead of you. Onward.
I'm running.
Go in silence.
Oh my god.
Feel the vital thrust.
Whoa! Godlike!
Arrow. Find the target. Battle.
Oh man. Oh dude. A lot of buybacks. Dude, oh, it's...
No man, what the fuck?
He used a lot of buybacks, so I'm okay with that.
I'll just retrieve my arrows.
Worthy tribute.
I'll take that. I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Death comes silently.
There's a DD here. Maybe I should grab it.
My bow is drawn. Double damage.
Can I push bottom?
So be it. Silent as mist.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Way ahead of you.
No more sanctuary here.
Can I give him a bottle?
That was my fault.
Yo, Echo Slam, man. Echo Slam, dude.
Yeah, you guys fucking watch us.
This guy. I can hit this shit, dude.
Good enough.
Fucking deleted him.
The Drow have one less enemy now.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower. Double kill.
Well, now that you're dead, I find it easy to respect you. Agreed.
The enemy's bottom barracks is falling. Exactly
structures
what
are
you're supposed to
fortified.
do.
I go
Don't let
in
them tell you different.
Echo Slam, man. You're gonna Echo Slam me, dude.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
very well. Yes.
The enemy's middle barracks is fallen. You now have mega tanks. I'm no techno wizard or nothing.
Onward.
I think that player just disconnected.
Silent as mist. Very well.
More Echo Slam, dude.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower is no more.
Your fate is sealed.
Echo Slam. Earthshaker. Echo Slam!
Oh no! Nice.
So there are some things you weren't meant to see, such as tomorrow. Green silence.
GG, guys.
My thanks.
Oh yeah. Oh, today is so green. I like it. I like it a lot. Well, good thing I got a game in before Dota 2 game coordinator shit the bed again. Sunit, thanks for subscribing. Oh yeah, Green Day. All right, let's have a conversation while we wait for Dota 2 game coordinator. Hey Bunny, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, Kyle. There's a shop dedicated to durian here. Candy, breadsticks, cake, fruit bowls. Place smells like someone took a crap on the floor. Sounds like you really like durian, Kyle. Oh, you're very welcome, Sunit. You're very welcome. Make sure you give me lots of money, okay? Oh, sorry, and the Nightbot deleted your message because you're not allowed to say the word shoutout. Just joking, man. Hello, Suraj. Pris, thanks for subscribing. Has anyone ever told you your name sounds like piss? Just joking. Mark, thanks for subscribing. Sound effect is coming. It's slow. Sound effect is coming. Wait. There it is. Jesus. Dota is down. GG. Update is on the way, you say? Hello, Kevin. Hola. James, thanks for subscribing. It's just an automated system, man. But remember to donate lots of money to me, okay? I've given you the shout out. You owe me. Hey, Yanni, thanks for subscribing. Oh, fucking Dota 2 game coordinator. But anyways, today we have, looks like we've won 5 games. 5 games? Ooh, we've won 5 games and lost 1 game. I got 100 MMR today. That's great. Ching Sick, thanks for subscribing. Good luck on your exams, Danaj. Study hard. Drew Phoenix might make a series of these. That's a drawing? That looks more like a painting if you ask me. Hello, Khalil from Russia. Hello, Marcelo. Oh, someone just subscribed. Peter, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, let's the subscribers say. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Subscribe for more shitty Dota 2 action. In the 5K bracket. I'm ranked around 2000. You and your best mate when you tell an inside joke in public. Hey guys. Buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist? I'm just being modest, Unit. Do I have a girlfriend? Yep. See you later, Masarm. My Night Stalker set for TI9 Prowler's Gaze. Oh, I play Night Stalker. You just need to buff him a little bit. it would be really nice if you did a 360. So you know, I think this set is okay, but my Night Stalker set is better. I'll show you guys. Oh yeah, badass. I'm so glad you like the joke. Hello, Pervind. Time paradox. What if Sven had lost the Duel of Juggernaut? Artwork. Blah blah Dota 2 lore. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Guys, please help me get this plant zombie set. Vote now. Oh, you guys can't see my screen. Shit. Oh my god. I thought that you guys could see this stuff. There's a Night Stalker set earlier. Oops. My bad. So this is the Night Stalker set that someone apparently created. My Night Stalker set is better, as I showed you guys. Oh yeah, you and your best mate when you tell an inside joke in public. I showed this earlier. Actually, you guys didn't see it. Oh yeah, the Phoenix drawing. This looks more like a painting to me. It was hard to choose the right answer. What is the cooldown of Boundless Strike? Well, I mean, to be fair, B and D are very close, so... But A and C seem a little bit ridiculous. Okay, let's read some comments. Hello, Leandro. Thanks, buddy. Moderators are allowed to delete whatever they want. Just saying. I think that's made of crayons. Are you serious, Lulu-chan? Crayons? My goodness. I'm pretty sure it's not crayons. You think it's chalk? Since we have absolutely nothing to do, you advised the song? Well, I don't take music suggestions, so copyright's a thing, you know? Well, I mean, we have absolutely... Oh, wait. Oh, Dota 2 coordinators back up? I can't leave my game. Hey, where's that Johan guy from earlier? Hey man, remember when you said there was a 20% chance of winning? Calling this guy out. Muhammad, thanks for subscribing. Danny, thanks for subscribing. Let's see, where are we in comments? I don't know, I'm not tech support. Yeah, I think it's I think it's called Pastel or Pascal or maybe charcoal. Colored pencils, I don't think so. Have a good night, Kyle. Claudio, thanks for subscribing. I'm gonna play another game. Yeah. Or no. Or yes. Hi, Job. Am I playing a main account? Yep. Yep. Yeah, I can see why you guys think it's crayon, but I highly doubt like artists who put that much time and effort into something would use crayon. What endowment are we talking about? Why not play? Because coordinator wasn't up? Is this guy trying to argue again? Why are you arguing, dude? What the fuck? It is laggy. Well, since we're waiting for Q, do you guys want to see a new shoe that I bought? Check out the shoe, guys. I bought the shoe a few days ago. Yeah, it's knitted. Memory foam padding.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Actually, that's basically how I felt when I put my feet in them. Like, I tried a bunch of shoes. I tried a bunch of Nikes and like Adidas and all that stuff. And actually, I have pretty wide feet actually, and I didn't know that until basically last week that I have really wide feet. So I've been wearing improper shoes for a very long time because my feet are just wide. So my feet hurt normally when I walk around, but hopefully with these shoes they don't. Now, these shoes are actually a little bit too big, although they felt extremely comfortable. So actually, I bought the exact same pair in half a size smaller. And they arrived earlier today, so I'm going to take this shoe and that shoe around for a walk and see which one I like better. Yeah, a full size smaller was a little bit too small for me, so I ordered a half size. So now I have 2 pairs of shoes. Interesting story, I know. Yes, Namdota, I did in fact buy new shoes because I discovered that I have extra wide feet. Did we just find a game? Hello, Milk Tea. Which brand is it? It is Skechers. Just pencil? Oh. Hey, look, most of us were wrong. Except for the guy who said colored pencils. Glad you like the shoes. Skechers advertising. Yeah, don't you guys think that Skechers is the best shoe company? You want the shoes? I'll give it to you for $100 US, okay. This guy's spamming the shit out of chat, eh? What are those? Their shoes? Giveaway? No. No, Adidas, what? How long are you with your girlfriend for? For some time now. I don't really want to talk. Don't ask her about my love life, okay, dude? Wait a minute, you have the same shoes, Vinny? Hi, Echo. Hi, Rango. I think we have game. I think. Do we have game? Or was that debate? It's fine, Jupiter. You never know what you can ask until you ask it, right? Unless there's something really weird like, hey baby, what's your weight? Or something like that. Or what's your bra size? You want to send me some shoes? Haku, you're giving me blue balls. Is this the last game? Maybe. I think I'll play 1 or 2 more games. You're welcome, Jupiter. Can your shoes sustain full Jacaerys, Mad Queen Rampage? That's exactly why I bought them. I regularly get burned by Dragonfire, so I figured it was time to upgrade my shoes and still have shoes when I get burnt. Oh, I think we have game. If I can fucking accept. Ah! Oh my god, please don't put me into low priority time matchmaking. Oh. I think I got it. Yep. No. That's not necessary, Vinit. We got in. I haven't played Night Stalker in a long time. I love this hero, but he's not quite the roamer he used to be. This guy was in the last game. You guys remember him? He was in the last game. Gannicus played with him like a lot of times.
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah.
Oh, this is the fucking Mars from earlier. Alright, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, this guy, he's complaining that I don't have wards because he was the one who killed the courier. He's like, why don't you have fucking wards? And I couldn't talk because I was chatting it out. But I wanted to say, because you killed the fucking courier? You fucking dumbass.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I got remuted because I got reported five times in 2 games. Never been chat muted before. It was awful. Any mid players? No one wants to play mid or off lane? Apparently. Yeah, 2191. Come on, Namdo. Try not to rub salt in the wounds today, okay, man? This fucking guy.
Now, Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick. This is
Divine 6 mid.
You're loose.
Oh, this guy muted.
10 seconds.
Pause? Pause for what? Oh.
Look, if you pause for people are gonna pause for you. It's just science.
Fuck, man. I don't know what to play. Oh, we have mid player, huh? Hello, Bullcray. So I think I basically have to play off lane now. English only, please.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Wait, what's going on?
Ten seconds. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hey, Haku, I agree with you. Yeah, I should get a PO box. Hey, Sinet, just try not to spam, man, okay? I basically stole his safe lane, eh? I mean, Troll could still go mid. So, actually, let's try to predict their lanes. So, Timbersaw's not going to want to fight me. And he probably thinks that I'm going to go safe lane. So, he might go mid to fight the Ember Spirit. So, if Timbersaw goes mid to fight the... Never mind. So, yeah, never mind. Kunkka's just going to go mid. Troll wants to lane against me. And I want to lane against Timbersaw. So I predict that Timbersaw will go into the safe lane. And they'll put Troll in the off lane. You can pause during pick screen? You serious? No, I've never seen that before. I don't believe you.
I defend what is mine.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
My friend, this is truly in the bag.
Oh, we're supposed to pause for this guy.
Heads up, we're back.
Fangs bared.
They might want to swap lanes.
Fiercely now. Set upon them.
So it would make sense for me to scout out the lanes. So Timbersaw probably wants to run bottom. Oh no, Timbersaw's right here.
30 seconds to battle.
You fucking shit.
You're not already heading somewhere? Now's the time to start.
How many mouses do I have? 1?
Yes.
What's wrong with this guy?
Against all strife.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
We must meet this threat head on. Let them see our teeth. We fight as one.
Okay.
Who calls me?
I don't get any support? Huh.
The enemy is near. Set upon them. For the forest.
This is fucking annoying as shit.
Tracks of intruders. Seek the foe.
Nice. Courier has been
Oh my god, dude!
tough out there.
How you get the courier killed, man?
Trying to make a living.
Might miss the CS.
Go to. Yes. Tracks of intruders. Who calls me? Sit upon them. Seek the foe. Yes.
God damn it, this is so annoying.
Set upon them. Yes. Let's get it. Yes. We will. The enemy is near.
Oh man, sorry.
Go to.
Pudge.
Right.
The fucking BH, dude. There he is.
I'll rend their flesh. Interloper. We fight as one. For the forest. Against all strife. Fangs bared. Honey from the comb. Let them see our teeth. Take heed.
Everyone needs courier, huh?
Right.
So much shit going on in this lane, man.
Fiercely now.
Took 5 minutes for someone to die. Ruins.
Go to. They're here.
Good job, JT.
Yes. Right.
Don't mind if I do.
Against all strife. Interloper. Seek the foe. Fangs bared. Ooh. Let them see our teeth. Tracks of intruders. For the cubs. For the forest.
Seriously, that hit me? Amazing.
Look to your own. Who calls me?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Right.
Hey, close to this guy, dude.
Not yet. Yes. The enemy is near. Set upon them.
Too bad. So sad. Baby fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Join with me. Trifles.
What the fuck? How does he hit me from that range, man?
Get over it. Attack.
Jesus Christ.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Set upon them.
Oh my fucking god. So damn annoying. Oh! Oh, okay. Good. Motherfucker. Like this. Bounty Hunter is level 6. Oh, Jesus.
Enemies attacking your middle tower.
Hey, Sandy, don't tell me how to play, okay, dude? Especially if you don't know what you're talking about.
For the forest.
Why would I kill a support if I could kill a core? Good call, AJ. Where's BH? BH is bottom? Okay. It's okay, Sandy. Just follow the chat rules, man.
Absolutely perfect. Come on, 兄弟。
Seek the foe. Let them see our teeth.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Behold, a subtle bird. Yes.
Ursa is the counter to Timbersaw in lane. Like, you know, if you fight Charmander, you should use Squirtle, right? I have no interest in killing Bounty Hunter. He's also the support. Timbersaw is a way more valuable kill. It's actually the correct play to go for the Timbersaw. Like I said earlier, you know, if you're fighting Charmander, you should use Squirtle.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Push them
Better
back.
pop on over to your bottom tower.
I think that guy's probably shrining.
Ooh, your bottom tower. It's kind of bad.
Go to.
What the fuck? He's here?
Your middle tower's under attack.
I need to get here. Jesus.
We fight as one.
Oh my god.
Who calls me?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The enemy is near.
So Bounty Hunter is right here. So I should be safe to go to the shrine. Coco, don't come back. Give me some free MMR. Come on, come on. Yeah, unpause that shit.
Comforting
Oh my god, I'm so fucking scared right now.
all strife. Yap.
Oh, can I get my chainmail? Chainmail.
Choppers are faster than ever. Your blood
Hey
is
Mohammed,
mine.
give me some money.
Sit upon them. Yes.
Was he AFK? Is he AFK? Is he AFK? He's AFK! Yes! Oh man.
Wash your blood
Fuck.
from my claws.
He's just straight up AFK, man. Poor bastard. Didn't even know I hit him.
Fall upon them.
Nice, putting up a barricade.
I like it dirty.
Against all strife.
Do you have an account in Dota?
Fangs bared.
You know, it's... Why wouldn't anyone here have an account in Dota? You're watching Dota 2 stream.
Fresh mate.
That's like going to like a basketball event or something like that and you go, hey guys, you guys play basketball? I know fucking shit, we play basketball.
On notice. Go to.
I don't want to fight you.
We will. Attack!
Fucking shit.
Flesh. It's not time yet. Fall upon them.
Have some HP, dude. Yeah, like a lot of people like to watch, but they don't play. But you know what? At the very least, a lot of those people.
It's not time yet. Yes. Not yet. Not time yet.
Oh my god! A lot of those people, they've at least played Dota before, you know, or have a Dota account so that they could play Dota, right? Hey, Risky, no I don't. Kunkka's not coming back, eh?
Radiant structures are fortified.
The forest.
Yeah, I needed like 0.2 second to kill this Timbersaw, sadly. Hey Namdota, did anyone ever tell you that you're... what's the word? No, you're sadistic. Sadistic is the word. Come on, man. Cheer your friends on.
Heads up, we're back.
I think this guy's not coming back. And if he wants to come back, he might not even be able to. Timbersaw on pause when your AA was disconnected? I have AA on my team?
I'm all for a little down.
Ah!
Fresh meat. The enemy is near.
I'm gonna psych this guy out.
Sit upon them. Not yet. We fight as one.
Oh shit!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With me.
Your blood is mine.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
For the cubs. Right. Seek the foe. Interloper. Yes. Traitors. Let them see our teeth.
Oh, time to get out of here. This air's too hot.
Set upon them. I'm not ready.
Oh fuck.
Welcome back.
There's like 4 up here, man.
Is it
Get out of here.
anything you remember?
In fact, I might even go bottom.
Go to.
If only I had a TP scroll.
Not yet.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, Kunkka's back. Kunkka, don't play the game.
Your top tower has fallen. Don't even know where to stop me.
Tracks of intruders. Yapping. I'm not ready.
Nice.
Tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get out of there.
I'm not ready. Let them see our teeth. It's not time yet. You will
Killing spree.
prevail.
Killing spree.
Wicked fiercely now. It's not time yet. The enemy is near. I'm not ready. Boy, fresh meat.
Holy shit!
Dominate.
That Tidebringer did. Oh, he doesn't have items. They sold all of Kunkka's items.
Your middle double kill. Dire structures are fortified. They're trying to knock.
Why are you playing, Kunkka? Just fucking run down mid. Yeah, run down mid, feed.
Something.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Somebody get a free kill.
Spirits calling me.
Oh, he's angry, man. Did I not dispel the fucking axes? Is that not how it works?
It's not time yet. It's not time yet.
Oh my fucking god. Good thing I'm a fucking race car. Finally, dude. Oh, axis can reapply itself? Oh, I didn't know that. That is a good mechanic to know.
Forest.
This guy, every time someone feed, he says well played. Toxic.
Sit upon them.
Where is Bounty Hunter?
Spared.
Radiant called in the
Oh shit, I blocked that large camp.
We fight as one.
Hug me.
Seek the foe. Set upon them. Right.
They're not actually doing. Oh shit.
Who calls me? Set upon them. Against all strife. It's not time yet. Strike. It's not time yet.
You better puff on over to
Holy fucking stack! Holy shit!
Died to it.
your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit! What the fuck, Mars? Grab the Aegis, dude! The fuck's wrong with you?
It's over 9,000! It's the last one. Be ensnared in fire. Crunchy. There a bounty on you?
Ah, this guy's screwed. Which one is the real one?
I'm not ready. Tracks of intruders.
Come on, kill him!
Start your suffering. Execution style. Found the cure for me.
Maybe I need early BKB this game. And BKB is really good. BKB.
What a bounty! I rejoin the fray.
Easy kills.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
They're here. Gold and sweet.
Hey, the enemy top tower's gone. You done good.
Come near.
Isn't there a giant stack here? Holy fuck.
Not yet.
How can we even take that? Mars take it? Mars has to take it.
Ready. Yes. Yes.
Holy shit.
Set upon them.
What are you doing, dude?
Right. Not yet. Of course. It's not time yet.
What? Oh my, oh, Jesus. Dude, Coco, just stop playing, dude. What are you doing, man? Oh, Jesus. So this stack is still there, right? I can't tell. Did we take that?
Like land parties.
Huh. I'm getting money for these? How does that work? Is it for this? Huh. Here's my Dota Plus stats. You know, like the current and the goal. Yeah, it's just gone.
Let them see our teeth. Claws out.
We're lacking on damage.
Yes. Set upon them. Who calls me? Tracks of intruders. I'm not ready. Gold and sweet. Set upon them.
Oh, this guy's too powerful, dude.
The enemy is near.
XD.
It's not time yet. Piercing now. You'll never stand to Mars. I'll rend their flesh. Yes.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Against all strife. Fangs bared.
Oh.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Someone else scramble in there and get the shiny bits.
It's not time yet.
A catapult bottom.
Go to.
Coco, what are you doing, man?
Yes.
Hey, I'm going for buildings. The fuck?
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. It's hot.
I'm under attack. I'm not ready.
Monster Whoa! Double enemy bottom barracks has fallen.
GG.
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive. Hey, Silver Tree, get your butts out here.
Fall upon them.
Dominate.
Bring out the meme hammers.
Middle barracks has fallen.
Alright, DC game's gonna be error. Maybe you'll be done streaming for today then.
Enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. Hey, your bottom tower just got denied. Enemy's middle tower is no more. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Killing spree! Own it!
For the forest.
GG. Oh man, today's so green. Love it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I gotta go back to the basics, Tricky. I gotta play Ursa. I'm good with Ursa. I don't know about like line and shit like that, but I play good Ursa. Okay, I will be back in 1 minute. I'm going to the bathroom. I don't know, if this coordinator doesn't come back up soon, I will just turn off the stream. Wah wah. Yes, what Vineet said, thanks.
Do it! Just do it! And his name is John C.
Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's read some of these comments. Sweet victory indeed, Risky. Any food recommendation? Eat some pizza. Yeah, there you go. My MRs, 5.6k. 1, don't ever pick Sven into Dusa. Pudge Phoenix. And 2, you can just BKB and run out of Mars ult. Yep. Nobody knows. The fuck, Mohammed? What's your problem? Where's my MMR? Can you stop spamming? Are I gonna stream tomorrow, Jupiter? Yeah. English only, please. On a scale of maximum hyped to spontaneous ejaculation, how excited are you about your new Warcraft 3 Reforged channel? I would say near instantaneous ejaculation. Love Warcraft 3. Love Warcraft 3. Hello? Please keep the chat in English, thank you. Which hero do you think 2 OP in this patch? Here, Matt, have you tried looking at Dota buff?
Wow!
I think Drow and Mars are pretty strong. Yeah, coordinator, right? Best items for Skywrath, there's no at best. Remember, Dota 2 is a situational game. Am I gonna reconnect? Reconnect into this, man? You see the shit at the top? So, because I was absent, therefore you spam? Either you follow the rules or you don't, man. Thank you, Jupiter. See you tomorrow, man. Yep, everyone's getting the same problems. English, is this your second warning? Hello, Pakistan. English, guys, please, English. Okay, thanks. Type exclamation mark sounds. Is it okay you play carry and sup? Yes, why not? Nobody's stopping you. Okay, well, I got my shoes here, guys. So I did tell you guys that, I did tell you guys that I ordered a second pair of these shoes. This one, I just find this one is just a tiny little bit too big, so I ordered a size a half size smaller. So hopefully these ones will fit me. Was I ever confused, Mohammed? Nope. Alright, shoe. Yeah, no, I quite like Skechers. I know a lot of people like Adidas, right? Ultra Boosts. They like Nike and all that stuff, but I tried a bunch of those shoes on. I believe they don't make the Ultra Boosts in an extra wide, as far as I know. So I wanted to get those shoes, but they just don't make my kind of shoe. This is interesting. My other shoe didn't have this cardboard piece in it. Why doesn't the other one have it? Is this a used shoe? You filthy shoe. Ugh. Yeah. Game of Thrones spoilers. You gotta be a pretty pathetic troll to just start talking about that kind of stuff, right? You have a similar looking pair, Gaben? Send me a picture on Discord. Can I remove my cap? Hey Penny, can you make a donation? Yeah, it's very soft inside. Vinny, do we actually have the same shoe? Yeah, I like it soft. Oh, I see a ban. Good job, man. I think Lulu, you got it right. Sorry, man, we don't like rude pieces of shit in this stream, so If you're a rude piece of shit, you get banned. And looks like you got banned. Okay, well. Go ahead and try these shoes on. Good job, Lula. Ugh. English only, please. Thanks. How hard is it just to speak English, man? I have a feeling we're about to ban that guy. These shoes feel great, by the way. Oh yeah. So big and soft. Oh. Why am I showing my shoes in a Dota stream? Hold on a sec, it's fucking hot in this room. Hey Mohammed, do you see... Mohammed, since you... I don't know why, man. I don't know why, but like, do you see this, Mohammed? Holy fuck. Does it look like I can even play Dota 2? Fuck. Yeah, these shoes are feeling pretty good. Is there an update? Oh yeah, I like... Oh. Eunice, is there an update? Because if there's a patch, I would like to read the patch notes. Fanatic, glad you like the shoes. Yeah, I quite like these shoes. Yeah, no, these ones are a little bit too big. But, yeah, this is good. No update? The hell, man? Yeah, I think I'm gonna return these ones. These ones are too big, just a little bit too big. There's an Earthshaker Arcana? Has it been revealed yet? Can I see what it looks like? God, we're so fucking bored. What level is it? Initial? Does it exist? How long are you off? Off what? Off weed? Too long. Oh my god, these shoes are great. I think I might just stop the stream here, guys. It will. Oh, it's not out, but it's available at 364. Ooh. I love Earthshaker. I'm so down. Wait, so I would need 150 battle pass levels. $86 Canadian for an Arcana. I might get some stuff along the way, so maybe it's worth it. Just for the Arcana? Oh, fuck no. Oh, there's an Invoker persona 305, was it? I mean, I don't play Invoker on this account, though. Jesus. Warcraft 3 ladder games right now? Is that a thing? Do people still play it? I think I saw Grubby streaming Warcraft 3 a while back, right? Boss build order? Okay. First you build an altar, and then you build a barrow, then you build hero. I have more mods than viewers. So cool, bro. How's that cool? And are you saying that a mod is not a viewer? Good logic. And also, moderators, you know how they became moderators? Moderators generally are very kind people. Generally, very mature. They're very supportive of me. So, that's what being a streamer is, you know? You make friends, and they keep coming back to see you. So that's why all the people with blue names, consider them a friend. Are you trying to trash talk me, man? Just be honest, okay? If you think you're better than me, let me know. That was the guy with the Game of Thrones spoiler, right? You know the kind of people who are like, "Hey guys, you want Game of Thrones spoiler?" They're usually cunts, attention-seeking cunts. I mean, you already know the answer to your question, right? You're just trying to piss people off. That's why you're a cunt. Let me know if I misunderstood anything. Thanks. Look at 425. Okay, hold on a second. I'll read comments. Wait, no, I saw this already. Yeah, very cool. Grubby does ladder games. Yeah, I briefly saw his stream. JT, you're talking about Warcraft 3, right? You want a blue name? Try not to backseat game, okay? You did that a few days ago. Saw Grubby playing Night Elf. He built his Ancient of War near a medium camp. He trained one archer, then uprooted to weaken the medium camp, so that his hero could get XP immediately after spawning. That's some very creative shit. Yeah, I'm actually ready to trash talk this guy. Love and eat. Lenny face. When will this problem be fixed? Connected to coordinator. Man, if I had a crystal ball that could tell the future, I'd invest in stocks. Hey man, you love me, but I don't love you. Make sure you act like a good boy, okay? Then I'll consider it. But so far, you're probably indirectly trying to advertise. You're trying to stir shit up by talking about Game of Thrones spoilers and shit like that, man. Just be a good boy, right? Jesus. Since when is your Dota offline? Exto, is this your other YouTube account? I don't know, man. I keep getting random games in here and there, so I just finished a game like 15 minutes ago. Right. JT, did you play Warcraft 3? Same thing as this guy right here. Thanks. Humans do mistakes. Hey man, it's okay to make mistakes. Just try not to make the same mistake twice. Steam restart does nothing. How long should we wait? I don't know why you guys keep trying to predict the future, man. I cannot. No one here can predict the future for you. No one here works for Valve. All right? No one fucking knows. You did not play Warcraft 3? Hey, so positive. All excited about a game you've never played? I like your attitude. Can Guardians play with Immortals? I mean, sure, you could have two people playing an unranked game queue together. But generally, if you queue for ranked, not going to happen. 18 minutes ago? What did I say? 15? Alright, Gaben, let us know the exact time. And I will quote you on it. Exact time. Don't give me something vague, sir. My dad, Tho, works at Valve. Shame none of us know someone with game development credentials with the potential to infiltrate Valve. That is a shame, isn't it? We wouldn't want to commit no crimes, right? I'm ready to end the stream. I want to walk around in my shoes. English only, thanks. Do anything, bro, but don't spoil Game of Thrones.
Do it!
Hey, Cyan Jeet.
Just do it!
So he can do anything he wants? Do you have a sister? Ryan, can you confirm this? Is Vedant actually your father? No! 37 minutes from now. Alright, well, let me look at my watch. Well, it's 1 o'clock exactly right now. So by Gaben's logic and statement... Oh, time to ban. See, I knew we were gonna ban him. So 1:37. You heard it here, folks. Gaben, directly from Gaben himself. No, unlucky you. It's okay. He can't talk here no more, anyways. It's okay, Sayanjit. I saved your sister. That you don't have, but you might have one day. You never know. You can confirm it. Vedant, can you confirm Vinit's confirming, please? Thanks, Mohammed. Try to keep it intellectual from now on. Thanks, man. 2 hours. You know what? I actually played a bunch of games in the last 2 hours. Although you can't see it. You're welcome, Sayanjit. Oh my god, everyone is asking the same fucking question. Can you guys just tell me price of Bitcoin in like 1 year? Because that would be great. Hopefully it goes up, because then I would just go all in on Bitcoin right now. Any oracles here? Oracle? My teeth is flawless? They're not flawless. I think you're trying to be ironic. You're trying to be a dick here, Tadu. Do I need to ban you? Please answer this question. My ban hammer's itching, guys. Let's type it out to make it nice and clear. Do we need to ban you? That's like going up to... No, my teeth is not flawless. That's like going up to a really fat person and be like, you look really skinny. Yeah, fuck you. How's that? How do you color your name? The only person who has that power is me. Yeah, I think if this guy just doesn't even reply within the next minute, gotta ban him. Let me know, Tadu. Do we need to ban you? You got a 1 minute to reply. Thanks. She keeps going down. I sold mine a long time ago. When did you sell, JT? Very important question. And we're about to ban any second now. Anybody watch One Punch Man, One Piece, or DBZ Hero? I've seen a little bit of One Punch Man. Like one single episode of One Piece, maybe. I don't know about DBZ Hero, but I've seen the original Dragon Ball. You're sorry? Alright, man. Tell you what, man. I'm not going to ban you. Thanks for replying. But I will ban you if you break the chat rules again and you act disrespectful to me, okay, man? I'm not your buddy, pal. Fucking come here and start acting like a little cunt. It's not how it works. It's not how you make friends. Okay. I'm 30 years old. Hand Harris, did you learn how to use Google yet? The amount of more fucking morons in this chat is too damn high. Sounds good, Matt. I will look at it later for sure. No, I want some sound effects. I'm just too lazy to think about what and when should I add it. So it's nice that you've done that work for me. Thank you. Can you tell me how? Did I not explain it earlier? You want to donate? Sure, man. $50 US and I will make your name blue. Do you want to do that? A year and a half ago. So a year and a half ago, Bitcoin was like what? Close to $10,000 US, wasn't it? Wait, a year and a half ago. No. It was like 15,000 US. Right, JT? You sold at 15,000? Woo! What a smart man. Can we get some context? Thanks. Dad, don't tell them our secret! Yeah, you want that? Alright, fine. So how to Canada? Ooh, thanks, Matt. Yep, I will seriously consider what you have sent me, sir. Thanks. Okay. I think it's, I actually have some things I need to do today. I mean, I could do them anywhere between now and 3 hours from now. But I think I'm gonna get out of here, guys. See you folks later. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun today. Sorry, man. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. So it should be around maybe even 6:30, 7 a.m. Pacific time. So a little bit, yeah, around the same time as today. Bye, guys. Have a great day, a great night.
And his name is